Welcome in, everybody. I am Dissinger, your Lord of Sloth, Variety Cast streamer that deals in Metrovania's roguelikes, Soulsborns, you name it, I play it. We are playing Persona 5. I hope you guys have been enjoying the playthrough. We just finished up the Spaceport of Greed. And so now we have to do all the social interaction until the day that he was going to sell Haru off to the politician's son comes. And then we get to finally close out the spaceport. So, with that in mind, it's going to be a bit more of a relaxing night. I hope you guys enjoy it. But let's get going. Yes. We're going to save.
Hey.
Okay, we've got Maruki. Okay, so I think Ryuji was ready to go. Makoto is ready to go. Let's go to the library. I think we finished it.
What would you like? Oh,
Okay. We'll read that one tonight for more guts. I need the student council room.
well,
Hey, do you have some time to talk about Aiko's boyfriend? Let's hang out.
thank you.
Okay, well then, let's step inside the student council room. Aiko's boyfriend Tsukasa has been sending me a lot of texts recently. His days and nights are reversed due to his work, so he often sends me a good morning late at night. Does Aiko know about this? I'm not sure. I definitely tell Aiko if he asked me on a date, but for now things are generally pretty normal. Normally messages like, how's your boyfriend and hope you had a great day today. Do you think the relationship could actually be serious? Was I just biased to think that all he wants from Aiko is her money? He's definitely suspicious,
Yes.
though. I mean, it does sound like a TV show. A lying host that tricks women into debt then forces them to sell their bodies, but those kinds of things exist in reality as well. Immoral hosts, human trafficking rings. My father even mentioned to me about gangs of men that look specifically for depressed women in Shinjuku.
It seems.
They take advantage of the loneliness of those girls to force them into horribly abusive situations. Then after ensuring the girls are buried in crippling debt, they make them sell their bodies to pay it off. There are a few other ways to force girls into it as well. Blackmail, illegal immigration. There's countless victims of schemes like that. Countless gangs as well. My father was going after a particularly Norse one when... In the course of his investigation, he was hit by an Iran truck. The impact killed him instantly. At first, I thought it was an accident. But at the funeral, I overheard my father's supervisor speaking with my sister. He was saying my father had likely been assassinated. They suspected that the game he was investigating hired the driver. What game was it? I don't know. The driver died on impact as well, but apparently they found drugs in his bloodstream. Either way, that gang has been pushed back into the shadows thanks to the Shinjuku cleanup operation. I'm not sure any of that would have happened if not for the incident with my father. He was a noble man. He truly was, wasn't he? I wish I could be a little more like him myself. Instead, I've just been hesitant. That's actually why my sister became a prosecutor to begin with. She couldn't stand by and watch as evil prevailed over justice. That passion undoubtedly came from her father. My mother passed away many years back, so when father was killed, we had to survive on our own. The responsibility, the pressure of that all fell on my sister. Because of that, she can't help but talk down on her father at times. She says death is no different than surrender. But I still look up to him. I was often lonely because of how much time he spent at work, but seeing him tirelessly pursue one case after the next was nothing short of incredible. That was how my father chose to live his life, trying to bring justice and order to the world around him. That's admirable.
Yes.
Yeah. Come to think of it, there was something he used to say to me all the time. The most important part of your life is how you choose to live it. Not making a decision is still making a decision. Not choosing to live a life is still making a choice. How have I chosen to live? And more importantly, how do I want to live? Do you have an answer?
Yes.
Just one. That is, I've never put any thought into the matter before. To be honest, I've been determined to follow the path my sister laid for me. After my father's death, I wanted to lighten the burden on her as much as I possibly could. Oh, we were supposed to be talking about Aiko here. Sorry for going so off topic.
Actually,
You know, I never actually talked to anyone about my father. It's such a painful memory to look back on. But I feel comfortable discussing it with you, and beyond that, I think I understand my life a
thank you
bit better
very
now.
much.
Thank you. Shadow factorization allows you to see null, repel, and drain when highlighting a target in battle. Okay. Oh, it's Echo gloating again. Maybe I'll, skip college and just get married to Tsukasa instead. I guess she's choosing how she wants to live too, as long as she's sure she'll be happy. Oh, another message, huh? You serious about Singer-kun? Want to have a double wedding? What are you gonna say?
Well,
I'll respond, I do know. I couldn't even begin to think about marriage at this point in my life. By the way, can you keep pretending to be my boyfriend for a bit longer? That's the best method I have of keeping tabs on Aiko and Tsukasa. At any rate, thanks for listening to me today. I'll let you know if anything urgent comes up.
all right then.
See you later. We got 8 points, which should carry us into the next rank up. Hey, do you have time right now? Sorry for venting so much before. I just want to talk about Aiko, but I got a little off topic. Thanks for still pretending to be my boyfriend too. Don't trust Aiko's boyfriend yet, so can we keep this up until I can make a call one way or the other? Of course. Thanks. I'm counting on you. Let's see how convincing a boyfriend you can be. I'll talk to you later. Bye!
You're back.
Hey, inmate.
You haven't got... Okay. Father's begun acting a little odd lately. He's been cooped up in his study and his voice lacks energy. That actually sounds quite similar to what Madarame went through. And Madarame still had a change of heart in the end. Don't worry, Haru. Is that so? Oh, my apologies. I don't mean to doubt you or anything. Nobody was accusing you of that. People just act a bit weird after their treasure gets stolen. It'd be hard not to worry about such a sudden shift. Futaba knows all about that. Yeah, I really gotta thank you again for helping me back then. I feel better now after consulting with you all. Thank you.
Looks like this Okumura case is finally going to have a happy ending. All that we have to do now is wait for his change of heart.
Yo.
Another box. Oh! Yay! Online. Calming aroma, smoke screen, lockpicks. Can't up Sojiro until I get more kindness. We can get started with Oya, but not yet.
Hey.
Let's read.
Make sure you close up.
Alright, heading home. We're gonna read up on Call of Cthulhu.
Wow. Oh.
Let's go a little further. And we're gonna finish this all at once.
Oh.
Okay. 3 points in Guts. Guts is now maxed. We can do a Y. Well, it looks like we should go to sleep. Staying up too late isn't healthy, you know. Okay, so we've got Courage. We got Guts at 5.
Wow.
I need to do Kindness next. A show of support, huh? I could post a photo online of all the fan merch I amassed. Maybe they'll be motivated by how passionate their fans are. Forum request. We'll decide later. Oh, today ends in a 7. I was wondering if you had time to come today. It's a double points day for Cardinals.
Now's our chance.
Yeah, that ups. Oh, my charm's already maxed. Okay, we can up Makoto. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's work it.
What do you want to do? Welcome.
Let's do some shopping. We get the Phantom Wafers. 50 HP and cures all ailments.
What do you want to do?
Oh, thank
I'll work it.
God.
We'll work it for the money. Just keep your cool and don't forget to smile. That's the Zeb ramen. It's supposedly known for its well done. Those are Edo rice balls. Getting 2 rice balls in one package is quite the bargain. As soon as Shibuya Senpai goes on break, and let's just focus on finding the barcodes quickly and getting through the car.
Oh, man.
Okay.
You did great.
Good work handling them. We were probably a little too slow. The customers irritated, so be mindful next time. Don't feel discouraged. Just keep at it. Thanks for your hard work today.
Hey.
We're already at max charm, so we are good there. Yeah. Oh, I still need to go talk to them.
You're back.
His reaction is quite vague when I spoke to him too. Is this what normally happens? Madarame was in a similar state after we changed his heart. It'll be okay, don't worry, all we have to do is wait. You're right, I'll just believe it's gonna work. Thank you. I'm sorry for asking so many times. I'll message you more again if there's more progress. When somebody
Haru's worried.
Yeah.
Let's just wait for the change of heart to go through. Don't worry. It'll be just like it always is.
Is this a Becky night? Okay. We'll go to Velvet Room. Okay, before I deal with them, let's go in here and fence our loot.
Yo. Okay. You should be grateful. Come again.
Okay, we got there.
What are you gonna do today? Now.
Listen closely. Rehabilitation somehow capable of simulating the ocean despite being indoors. Oh, the aquarium. Gathered in one place here. What an incredulous crane, recreating something as vast as the ocean within a building. Does such a location sound familiar?
What'll you do?
You mean the aquarium? Oh, an aquarium, huh? I guess we'll see how well it's recreated Mother Ocean. Let us see what humanity is capable of. Now lead us there.
True.
Alright. This is my first time in this place, but it feels familiar to me somehow. It's all blue. Such a superficial detail would not preoccupy
Know
us.
your place, inmate.
Don't act like you're some sort of expert inmate. Let's continue inspecting the premises. There are a number of other exhibits we've yet to see. Different kinds of fish. Yes, the semi-transparent floating invertebrates were quite fascinating, and I believe they were named jellyfish. Those sea cucumber life forms were also intriguing. Really? They only creeped me out. The exhibit with the enormous fish was much cooler, the killer whale if I remember correctly. What nonsense is this? The jellyfish are far more appealing. No, the killer whale is clearly superior. Inmate?
Hey,
Settle this. I knew you'd get it right. How can you not see the undulating allure of the jellyfish? Perhaps you'll understand them better when I remove all your bones. I believe we've completed our inspection of the premises, correct? We've seen how oceanic life forms from all over the world have been gathered here by humans. Indeed, that raises a question though. Why do humans go through the trouble of collecting other creatures and putting them on public display? Admire nature. So they construct this chamber of concrete and glass only to confine themselves in it alongside the creatures? The arrogance. If they admire nature so much, they should just move to a rainforest. I still don't get you humans. Whatever the case may be, this assignment's now complete. Here's your reward. Masukukaja. Evening, Tig! We're doing alright. So we're now at the part between...
Hello, you found it. I will summon a marching band.
We're now at the part between palaces where we have to wait out the change of heart. And then the change of heart happens and it wipes out the palace. A free penguin show will begin shortly at the exhibition stage. Please come and enjoy the performance. What is a penguin? A cute flightless bird. Yeah, I mean, it's worth it because if you get him to 10... whether you're in party or out of party, you get the full experience.
if I have to.
But since you look like you're dying to witness this, inmate, we'll tag along. Twins back to the Velvet Room.
Hey,
Oh, hey, we got a seat. Sweet. Chiefs don't want for themselves but much is expected of them. I'd be called that too someday.
oh,
Did you learn more about chiefs and their big hearts? Even in the underworld, there's kindness. Finally, we got the rank up in kindness. We're selfless, but we aren't angelic. We need to get to angelic to finish Sotro. We need angelic to finish Sojiro.
Hey there.
Oh, it's Maruki! There's a lot of students here at this hour. It's refreshing to make the work commute at a different time every now and then. Running late? You caught me. On my way to work today, I ran into these old ladies carrying heavy luggage. 3 of them, in fact. So I was offering to help carry their things, but then my back made this sound that it shouldn't make. Well, anyway, have you heard from the news from Yoshizawa-san? I'm so happy for her. It makes me feel like doing my best too. Of course, as I say that, I'm running late. Well, hey, we all need to switch it up every now and then, so let's do our best for today, shall we? Have you seen the totem pole at the diner in Shibuya yet? Haha, yeah, it really is a totem pole. Try and eat it. You know those people who can eat it without falling over? I'd never be able to do that. Without it? I wonder why they call it the totem pole. Probably the way it looks.
man.
Well, what does it look like? You didn't really think about that, did you? Eating it without falling over might help improve your proficiency there. We should go there at least once to see what that's all about. So now that we got the totem pole, we can go there, and that'll let us do our proficiency in knowledge. Hopefully help get those up.
Oh, have you heard?
Have you ever thought your phone went off but nothing actually happened? It seems many of us have experienced that a term has been created for it. The English name for that particular phenomenon can be abbreviated to PVS. Phone vibration syndrome?
I need an answer.
Dissinger. Phantom. Since you're only imagining it. Vibration.
This is
Syndrome.
Good.
Good. The correct English term is phantom vibration syndrome. If you're anxiously waiting for someone to contact you, your brain will apparently trick you. So this is an affliction that can only affect a modern society where being connected 24/7 is commonplace.
Nice going.
Is that it? Okay. Guts and charm are now maxed, so we just need to get kindness, knowledge, and proficiency maxed. Worked up waiting for my SO to call me at night. Nowadays, people complain if you don't reply to a text you just saw. Kind of obnoxious, if you ask me. Think it'll ever get to a point where we'll be able to read each other's minds? I'll pass on that, thanks. Hey, mate, we've... Another one? Yeah, we can up Futaba. I can do that at night. Let's go to the diner. Let's go to the diner. Let's go in.
Yep.
The totem pole. Of ice cream without it falling makes you proficient. Let's try it.
What?
You're gonna eat this while studying? Just make sure not to topple it.
Nice going.
That's some proficiency you got there, eating that without knocking it over. Okay, that's more proficiency. Get studying done, just too much noise. Okay.
Wanna head back?
That should be enough for now. We'll actually push the twins to tomorrow and we'll do Mishima tonight.
Back.
For the evening. Things are getting crazy online. The Phantom Thieves have been trending all over the country. Not a day passes that I don't hear people talking about the thieves in the city too. That just means people are really starting to count on us, right? The fervor may be too extreme. It is dangerous omen. If we could face greater danger if anyone managed to discover our identities. Don't scare us like that. Ain't no way somebody's gonna figure that out. Either way, this excitement has definitely piqued the public's interest in the thieves. We'll need to be even more careful from now on. Why do we gotta be the ones who sneak around? It don't make sense. Yeah. Let's go to Electric Town, and then on Saturdays I should be able to do the Make Cafe, so... Make Cafe is one of the two. Yeah. Can't forget what Akiyama-kun said to me. By the way, I wanted to talk to you about something. Are you free? Yes! Let's hang out.
Let's go.
Let's head over to the park. This should finish at
I've
10.
been thinking about what Akiyama-kun said to me.
Akiyama.
How I've changed. For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to run away back when I saved him. So, I was thinking why that may have been.
Did you find your answer?
Honestly, I was pretty desperate at the time, so I don't remember much. But in the back of my head, I was thinking what you would do in that situation. I mean, you put yourself on the line to stop Kamoshida, and probably other villains too. So I thought there had to be something I could do myself.
That was courageous.
I was only acting out of fear, though.
But
You know, I've always wanted to change.
everybody feels fear. It's what they do in response to the fear that determines courage or cowardice. If you let the fear control you, if you let the fear control where you go and how you act, that's cowardice. If you feel the fear, but you still make the choice, even if it's to do what others think is the cowardly thing, but you are knowingly making the choice. You aren't letting the fear make the choice for you, but you are actively making that choice. That's bravery.
I wanted to go from the dull nobody everyone messes with to the famous world-renowned hero. But you helped me realize something important. Heroes aren't heroes because they're famous. It's because they fight for other people. Looking back on it, what I really wanted to change was the weak me. The me on the volleyball team who let wrongdoing go unpunished, even though I knew it was unjust. The cowardly me who looked the other way when people I knew were in need of help. Tell me the truth. I only changed because you stole my heart, right?
Nobody stole your heart.
Huh? You mean I didn't have a change of heart? What? No, it really was you. You changed my heart.
I set the example. You chose to follow it.
All this time, I've been looking up to the Phantom Thieves, pretending to be a collaborator. And now, I'm finally able to stop pretending. Truth be told, I had given up. I accepted that I was a zero, that my existence was meaningless. But I've learned. I may not be able to change the world, but I can change myself.
Whether I sulk about my inability to do anything, or hold my head high and look to the future,
My perception shapes the boundaries of my world. It all comes down to what's inside my heart. I might still mess up every so often, but as long as you're here, I'll be able to stand up again. So, I may not be the best person around, but you can feel free to rely on me at least sometimes. And no matter what the world says, I'll be rooting for you, just like you were for me.
Here we go.
I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of the moon, granting thee infinite power.
Allow backup members to earn the same XP as current party members.
all right.
You can now do Sandalphon, the most powerful persona of the Moon Arcana.
You know what? I'm going to find you an awesome request. That's all I can really do for you right now. But I'm working on that documentary too. I even plan on making it into a book someday. I bet anyone who reads about the Phantom Thieves would find the hidden courage within themselves. Maybe that means I can use that book to change people's hearts.
Make it a bestseller.
All right, I'm on it. Oh, but before that, I'm hungry. Come on, let's grab a bite to eat on the way home. Maybe a buffet? Wait, no, we should save that for after I get all my book royalties.
There you go.
Better be looking forward to it.
Calling card. Key.
All right.
I went to buy a present for my grandchildren the other day. They had a Phantom Thieves costume on sale. It'd spell the end of this country if kids started wanting to become more like the Phantom Thieves. You're already in your second year of high school. You should have a clear vision of your future. If you're looking for safety and stability, a civil servant's a good option. Hey, Singer.
Why don't you try?
I bet you think that civil services is all office work, but the fishermen in Nicaragua are actually civil servants as well. So tell me, which sector they belong to?
This is it.
Very good.
Oh ho! I'm impressed you knew that. Only the comrade fishermen of Nicaragua are officially used by the Imperial Household. Those fishermen are granted spots on the Imperial Household Agency's Board of Ceremonies. That said, you can't break into that industry even if you wanted to, since it's a hereditary occupation. If you want a government job, try for a spot in the Diet, though some may say that's hereditary too.
Nice going.
Perfect. Honestly fed up with politicians these days. Isn't there anyone who seriously wants to improve this country? Oh yeah, they said on the news that the cabinet's approval rating went down again. They're the complete opposite of us. Our popularity and approval's been going through the roof. We can continue Makoto. Let's continue Makoto.
Well,
Do you think maybe we come see her? Yeah. Let's hang out. We're sure to know you'll be there with me. She's waiting over at Big Bang Burger. Let's go.
is something the matter?
So what did you want to talk about? Well, I was wondering if you could maybe lend me some cash. What? It's nothing real major, but I need it like right now. I'll pay you back though. Honest, please. Does this have to do with Tsukasa? Uh-huh. He dropped a super expensive bottle of sake at work, so the club's making him pay for it, but he needs help.
How suspicious.
He's lying to you, Eiko. Don't give him any money. It's not lying. I know you're all weird about the fact he's a host, but my Tsukasa's not like that. He's really gentle and honest, too. He even calls me princess. I'm the only one he says that to, you know? He says it's because I'm special. So he calls you a special princess. What do you think, Discoon? That's how he ropes you in. I have to agree. Every girl who gives him money is his princess. That way he can never get their names mixed up. Don't accuse him of that stuff. You don't have any proof. You're not wrong about that. But did you ask anybody at his club about the broken bottle? Well, no. He told me not to talk to them about it, though. He's too proud to have me go crying to his boss. Please, Makoto, you're the only person I can trust. All my other friends would rather focus on cram school and entrance exams than take the time to help me. And who knows what my parents say if I tried to ask them. Please, even a little. I think you should end your relationship with him. If you don't put a stop to this, he might try and drag you into some suspicious line of work. Oh, he already got me a job. It's nothing weird, though. It's just serving drinks at a bar to help him pay off that broken bottle. He said I'll be #1 in no time. Maybe I'll just keep doing it after I graduate high school, though. I mean, it's not like I'm going to go to college. Aiko, you can't just do what he says. He's trying to deceive you. A smart person like you totally wouldn't understand what it's like. You're just going to go to a good college, work at a fancy company, and then what? At the end of the day, your life's going to be totally boring. I mean, is that seriously how you want to live? I'm not sure yet. But be that as it may, you should still stay as far away from him as you can. So you're not going to help me? Forget it. I can make it up if I just let some customers take me out on dates after work. Aiko, wait. I didn't want to have to tell you this, but Tsukasa's been texting me almost constantly. He's been asking if my sister and I live alone, and that he's glad to help us out. Even today he asked if I'm still happy with my boyfriend. Listen to me, Aiko. He's not serious about you. Don't give me that crap. Tsukasa's so nice that he's just worried about my friends for me. Wait, you were texting him behind my back? The hell, Makoto? It's mostly him texting me. You have the grades, looks, a cool boyfriend, and you seriously want more? Tsukasa's all I have. You can't take him from me.
Please listen.
That's not what I'm trying to do. Yeah, right. Just keep your hands off. I'd never forgive you if you stole him away, Makoto. It's all she has? You know, I think she's exactly the kind of girl those games in Shinjuku are on the lookout for. Lonely, depressed girls who have nowhere to vent.
Actually,
Aiko's family's quite well off. Her multi-talented younger brother seems to be the sole focus of her parents, though. I'm sure that's why she fell for Tsukasa in the first place. He treats her like she's special, but asking an high schooler for money isn't normal boyfriend behavior. She needs to realize that. You're gonna help, right? Absolutely.
thank you very much.
Aiko's blessed to have both money and family, yet she's still trying to break free from them. She's almost the exact opposite of me. But I guess in a sense, watching her now is almost like looking back at my past self. I was so blind by my own convictions that I never stopped to consider other alternative viewpoints on the world. But that's not the right way to live. I want to show her that, just like you did for me. Endure! She can now withstand attacks for 1 HP. I know she wants me to stay out of her business, but I'd never forgive myself if I let this come to pass. What's the right way to live? At any rate, we're going to catch that horrible host. I'll let you know once I've thought of how to do it.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
Ah, you're back.
We need angelic kindness, is the problem. Let's see what's in our books. Knowledge, proficiency, charm. There we go.
That's incredible.
What would you like?
Okay, we already got all that.
Yeah.
You know, the bookstore might have something now. I should go to Central Street.
What can I get you?
Nothing. Okay. Let's look at Shinjuku. Let's go to the red light. So fan site guy's at 10.
Hey,
Game secrets. Dart players.
Yep.
Okay. That's the Velvet Room.
Oh, wow.
Rents out useful tools but charges high premium.
Well, what's up?
Let's see what's the movie going on here. Theater. Kindness. Okay, it's kindness today. We're trying to finish out Sodro.
Wow.
Claim his life after spending a long time in prison.
Well,
Les Miserables. Let's do it.
well then.
Let's do Les Mis.
it was him. He stole the silverware. He even stole the candlesticks. Thief, confess your crime. Oh, is there no God in this world?
I don't remember that part of Les Mis. That bishop guy is too much. He should cut the other guy some slack. Alright, let's go home. I don't remember that part of the movie.
Morning.
Hey, are you keeping up with online comments? There's a lot of hate for Okumura and a lot of expectation for us. I hope Haru's dad has to change art soon. All we can do is wait.
No way, man.
Yeah, you got a point, but I'm positive this will make a bigger impact than before. As usual, it'll be a while before we see some results, but man, I am so looking forward to this.
Hi, everyone.
Let's get started with class. How far we go last time?
Well,
Okay, I can do
what's
some
going
reading.
on?
Make sure to study on your own.
What do you want to do?
Okay. Let's read. Knowledge. Proficiency, charm. Let's do knowledge. Find my own path. Stories about great people from the past, huh? Got time to read? Let's go a little further. To desire for knowledge leads to an unexpected end. That guide on speed reading really helped. Well, how far did you get? 2/3 of the way through. The teacher's back.
Damn it.
What could have been about? Let's resume class. Close. Okay, so we got that done. I appreciate that we're getting more slack off time now. Okay, so let's see. Oh, right. We can go to the library.
What would you like?
Okay, borrow book. Proficiency. We'll take that. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's go back in.
Oh.
Let's read our Woman in Dark. The lady's achievements were quite numerous. Woman's skills were quite amazing, but I can't help but feel shocked by how brazen she was. You still got time to read. Let's go a little further. Time she changed her name, always keeping her true identity in the dark. Okay. That's proficiency. Proficiency maxed.
All right.
Perfect.
Want to head back?
So now it's just knowledge and kindness. Which we're working on knowledge and we'll have kindness wrapped up soon. In case you would like to stay apprised of the situation, little's changed with Father so far. Appreciate the consideration. I've yet to truly speak with him though. As I said before, this is just what happened to Madarame. There's no need to worry. Still, I'm sorry. I know you're still waiting to hear about the mental shutdown culprit. Father is physically weak, so it may take some time. Let's be patient. He's right. We don't need to be worried. In that case, ain't it time to be talking about our next celebration party? Too soon, too stupid. What? We can talk about that some other time. For now, let's wait. Yes, I'll contact anything. Okay. Becky. Okay, Kawakami. Kawakami's worth getting to 10. Oh, they wanted to talk to me. We'll do Kawakami and then we'll deal with the two.
Oh! Master!
Okay. By the way, is your house ever going to get air conditioning? And cold in the winter. They're so impractical. Oh well. As long as you request me, I'll do your housework for...
Hey.
Yes. Okay.
Then I'll head over.
Okay. Now we're on the
I'll
cusp.
see you later then.
See ya! I need to remember which one Kawakami is, so that way I can have a persona of the appropriate type.
Shucks.
Okay. Every little rumor goes viral these days. What if it was all just a lie? If so, the real victims here are the employees themselves. Now, the rumors about Akumura Fumes are well known in the industry. You're overthinking it. Well known in the industry. Anybody who's worked the industry even a little knows that this is the truth. The sports meet went pretty great. By the way, the way they overcame all odds and made it to victory sand, it was like something out of a movie. Yeah, they put on a stellar performance. They must have been training real hard. It's nice to see more people with smiles on their faces now. You actually went to watch? Seriously? I get what you mean, though. Maybe I'll go and cheer for them, too. Okay, there's Makoto.
Well,
Okay. Let's hang out. I wanted to dig up some dirt regarding Tsukasa before we confront her about him. I was thinking about asking around the red light district. Shall we head over there?
I see stories online about horrible hosts like Tsukasa all the time. However, we'll need solid proof of what he's doing if we're going to convince Eiko. I believe some of the promoters around here may know something. As my father always said, finding evidence takes serious legwork.
What do you want? We don't let couples come in together. Do you know Tsukasa? You want to sabotage our business? I'll gladly talk some more out back if you want.
hey!
We should get out of here. Maybe it would be better if we asked someone else. What a good joke. You're exactly the kind of person we like. Come right this way. Do you know Tsukasa? Oh, is he a host or something? Sorry, but I'd never promote for a host club. You pranking me? Come on, I can't talk to you forever. You understand? Nothing over there. Huh, how about you come to our club and we show you a good time? Money, though? You seem poor, young kid. Do you know Tsukasa? You bastard, you friend of his? I'm not. He's using the sake bottle trick? Let me make it clear for you. Get that girl out of there. Tsukasa's known for wrecking lives. He breaks the sake bottle, then ends up selling the girls to pay it back. Same thing happened to one of my friends, damn
We
it.
have proof now. Come on. It's almost time for Eiko's shift to end. Let's wait for her in front of...
What do you want?
Hey!
Your boyfriend's infamous around here for tricking girls into debt, then forcing them to sell themselves. Moreover, he's probably doing it in conjunction with a criminal gang. You need to get out of there. You seriously came all the way here to tell me that? Get out of here, Makoto. I've had enough of your lying bullshit. I have testimony from one of the promoters in the area. You're not the first girl Tsukasa has lied to about a broken sake bottle. He doesn't ask for much at first, but the interest piles up. Eventually, he'll ask you to sell your body for money. Please, reconsider this relationship. Shut it. I've already had a date planned with him for today. We're gonna stop by his club, so stay out of my way. Yo, did I make you wait, babe? I came a little late after seeing your text, but I guess you're already here. Hey, yo, I know these guys. Wanna hop on over to my club for us? It'll be a total blast. They were saying some bad stuff about you, honey. Like how you get girls into debt, then force them to sell themselves. They're lying to me, right? Huh? You believe that crap? Listen to me. Nothing like that's happening here. I'd never lie to you, princess. It's always princess with you. Why don't you ever call her by her real name, Tsukasa? Or are there too many princesses in your life to remember? Tsukasa? Haha. What are you freaking out for? You just texted me, remember? I can never forget you, Makoto.
I see.
I knew it. I'm the one who texted you, I'll be 5 minutes late today, baby. I even added a ton of emojis at the end to make sure it seems like Aiko. Admit it, every girl you get money from is your princess, right? You can't even remember names anymore. Don't you see, Aiko? This is who your boyfriend really is. But you tricked him. What would you know about love, huh? Tsukasa's all I have. Just leave me alone, bitch. What? Wake up. You already know the truth. You just don't want to believe it. Stop lying to yourself. Tsukasa's the only one who cares about me. Nobody else asks about my day or how work's going. Nobody else treats me like I'm special. A perfect girl who lives up to everyone's expectations could never know how I feel. Stop trying to feed me your honor student bullshit. This has nothing to do with being an honor student. I just can't rest knowing there's such evil in the world. And I damn sure won't keep quiet while my friend has her life ruined. As far as you, apologize to Aiko and stay away from her from now on. Huh, you're really starting to annoy me with all this shit, you bitch. Don't think I'll go easy on you because you're a chick. I'm gonna teach you a lesson you won't forget. I dare you. I'm calling the cops. Yes. I come from a long line of police officers. If you really want to start something, be my guest. Well, what? Damn it, I'll remember this. He wasn't so tough after all. Ugh, this sucks. Aiko. Did you see that? Was that girl fighting with a host? They were really going at it. People noticed what happened. Follow me.
You're right.
Right, staying here now is only going to cause us more trouble. Aiko. She'll thank you later. I can't believe I actually hit one of my friends. That was the right move. You had to shock her. I hope so. But you know, I have a bad habit of acting in the moment. I can't help but get swept up in emotion. That's why I always have to take extra care to keep myself composed. My father was the same way. That's not the proper way to act, though. There's no telling what would have happened if you hadn't stepped in. That aside, this place is interesting. How'd you ever find somewhere like this? You know so much. I'm a regular here. So you come often. It's hard to believe you're really a high schooler. You have so much more life experience than me. Honestly, spending time with you and getting to know Aiko has given me a great deal to think about. There's so much you can miss by living with your head buried between the pages of a book. I thought I knew how the world worked, but the more I spent time with you guys, the more I realized how naive I was.
But
I see now that there are some things I need other people to teach me. Do you remember how Aiko said I would flunk a test about love? Well, I don't know how to study that subject. What should I do, Jess? I can't learn about romance by myself. You'll find somebody someday.
yes.
Right? People say those kinds of things are destiny anyway, so I probably shouldn't worry myself over it. And besides, I should at least try to focus on my schoolwork right now. Let's work hard to achieve our goals together. If I had done be her study partner, we would have been in a relationship. Now she has a chance to shield me, which is good because I need people to throw themselves in front of me. If Joker goes down, that's game over. You kids done with your little heart-to-heart yet? Sorry about that. It's rude of us to stay here so long after only ordering tea. Oh, don't worry. Just a glimpse into this fresh drama of yours is the only apology I need. It's like a nice spritz of lemon in the air. Makes me think back when I was just a wee girl.
Well,
Right. Well, we should be going.
all right then.
Thank you, Lala. Thank you, Lala. Lala escargot, folks. I probably never would have pulled this off alone. Thank you so much. No problem at all. Thanks. I'll work off that debt through the Phantom Thieves. I'm thinking of calling Aiko once she calms down a bit, but I wanted to get a courage boost from you before I did. Yep, that helped. I think I can talk to Aiko properly now. I really am glad I've got you in my corner. I'm lucky to have such a reliable leader. Well, I'll talk to you later. Bye. So, Makoto's almost a 10. We're going to get Morgana to a 10. Human emotions have been rendered into solid form. We want to see for ourselves how they do that. Okay, so they want the museum.
Hey, hey!
Shop's open. Good evening. Waking up a Y, Kawakama, and Akechi. We'll work on Akechi later. Let's do Kawakami.
Oh! Master!
Okay.
Hey!
Call her over.
Thank you so
We're almost to the point where she starts being free.
Listen.
I know how you listened to my story the other day. You listened to my secret. I've been feeling more at ease since then. I've never been able to tell anyone about it, so I figured I would actually do some housekeeping today to say thanks. Sorry, I need to take a break. Want to rest a bit? I'm so touched to hear that you care for my well-being, Master. I'm at my limits, so exhausted. I'm beat. I can't stop coughing. Have you seen a doctor? I'd like to, but I don't have the money to cover the cost of a medical exam. I know a doctor! Just kidding, I just want to slack off a bit. I mean, there's nothing left for me to hide from you, so the truth comes out, you know? Now that I think about it, I'm glad you're the one who found out about me being a maid. Are you going to be alright in this dusty room? And have you been eating well? You need to eat fresh vegetables and none of that instant stuff. Vitamins are super important. You're going to turn out like me if you don't take care of yourself. She's 27! 27! Takase-kun's guardian said they need more money, so I had my boss give me more shifts. Then I had to beg him for them, but... Are you okay? Oh, it's fine. Nothing you should worry about. I feel more at ease now that I have someone who knows about what I'm going through. I'm talking about you. Okay. Allows you to also request Kawakami to make curry or infiltration tools for you. Time's up. I have to get to my next job, so I'm gonna head out.
I'll see you later then.
Thanks for using our service. Oh, is this Master? Thank you for using our service today. So I guess it's a good thing I splurged at the doctor's. I finally got some cough medicine that works. Hey, you gotta do some cleaning and ventilating on your own even when I'm gone, okay? If you neglect stuff like that, it makes you more likely to get sick. How are you feeling, though? Who, me? I mean, I'm tired, but that's nothing new. Wait a minute, we're supposed to be talking about you. Don't change the subject. Oh, but if you do get sick, I'll look after you anytime, so please don't forget to request me. Finally get rid of the cough, and now I get these headaches and shivers. Times like these are why we invented energy drinks. Just gotta chug one and push through. See you later. 27! I wish we got the morning so we could have 3, but they don't.
Well then.
Pumpkin ghost set, 1 lantern necklace, 5 pumpkin soup. Ghost repellent, baptismal water, exorcism water.
Hey, hey!
Let's get the pumpkin set. The accessory will probably come more in handy. Okay.
Well then.
There's Takemi, Yusuke, Makoto. Let's finish out Makoto. We're going to finish out Makoto, which will be good.
Well,
Yeah. This will be Makoto 10. Then we can get Ryuji to 10, and yeah, we'll get everybody to
finally
10.
met up with Eiko. I think she knew it deep within her heart. And seeing him like that finally helped her realize.
I'm so relieved.
So am I. She should be out of trouble now. Oh, and she told me she quit her job. Right now she doesn't know what she wants to do, but she's going to go to college and figure things out. So in the end, Eiko's going to start seriously focusing on her studies again. I plan
Way
on
to
doing the
go.
same as well. Yes. I thought there was no point in continuing my studies, but this time, I'm not seeking anyone's praise. And I'm not trying to show off my intelligence. I simply want to fulfill my own personal goals and dreams. For now, I didn't have a clear vision of what that meant. I was lost in life. But thanks to you, I finally come to realize it. My dream is to become a police commissioner. That is why I need to study.
She doesn't want to just be a police officer or a detective like her father. She wants to go all the way up to the commissioner. Police commissioner.
Yes, the head of police operations. It will require me to have an extensive academic background. There are too many incidents in this country that are never brought to light. That host was one. Villains who prey on the hearts of the weak with cowardly, legally questionable methods. My father risked his life trying to catch a group of those people. I will never forgive them. But I won't be able to eradicate them all on my own. Instead, I want to head an organization that will destroy the lawless and help rescue victims.
Your father would be proud.
I hope so. That is the justice I aim for. I also believe it will be a continuation of my father's legacy. Honestly, it's a little strange that I found the true meaning of my studies outside of my studies. I think now I'll be able to see the world even more differently. Thank you for all your help. Must have been difficult babysitting the uptight Miss President, right?
We went through so much.
Even so, I'm glad I asked you.
Boom! This is why you get them to 10.
I am thou,
This right here is
thou
why.
art I. Thou hast turned a vow.
Hey, Digger!
Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened the ultimate secret of the priestess, granting thee infinite power.
Transforms Persona into a mythological trickster. We go from Johanna to the new Persona.
Right.
Cybele, the most powerful persona of the High Priestess Arcana.
I can sense it. The power within me has grown. No, it's been born anew.
Now, everybody's persona at a certain level in about the mid-50s falls off. They gain no additional abilities or anything. You need to get the Confident to rank 10 so their persona evolves and can continue to grow past level 50 into past the 50s all the way to the end.
All right.
It's now a knot.
By the way, you can rely on me when you need it. I won't go easy on you if you hold back.
And welcome in, Digger.
Now then, in order to fulfill my dream, I'll need to be accepted into my first choice college. What a funny thought. Studying to become a head of police while working as a thief.
Just be careful, okay?
I will. The objective is the same after all. Exposing the evil lurking in the dark shadows. Oh, that's right. And thanks for helping me. I'll gladly assist you with your studies as well. You had best be ready.
I believe that means that if I spend time with Makoto, I now up my knowledge. All skill slots currently full. Please select a skill. Okay. We'll do this. Because that's huge. So, if you look, she's weak to Psi. Gaining Evade Psi is huge. It means, yeah. Oh, so Ghost of Tsushima, Sonic, or maybe something else?
Ah, you're back.
Hey, hey!
Okay. Evening. Okay, so that's for money. We can go EY. No catchy. Let's go EY. Actually, let's see if the Velvet Room can still do. Oh yes, the Velvet Room wants to go to the museum.
What are you gonna do today? Now.
Art exhibits. Okay, so they want to go to the museum. Art is an expression of the heart. It echoes the soul of both artists and viewers, or so I've heard. The strength of one's heart is the strength of their persona. I am certain this place shall aid in the inmate's rehabilitation.
What'll you do?
Ueno.
Let's go, inmate. Onward, inmate.
Okay. So we're going to Ueno. I see, our prior information was correct. There seem to be a great number of objects on display here. Are these all art exhibits? I've heard of them before. Apparently they involve human aesthetic senses or something. Let's go inspect the premises. Are you even capable of appreciating art properly?
What?
What do you mean by that? Stop shouting so loudly. The sign's prohibited. I know. Anyway, let's go appreciate some art already. The number of pieces on display far exceed my expectations. Art sure does take many forms, though. Some of the artwork was downright photorealistic. Actually, wouldn't it be easier to just take photos in those situations? And what's with those portraits or whatever they're called? What's the point of painting a giant human face? Those landscapes are even more incomprehensible. What's so interesting about pieces of dull terrain? Where is the fun in painting living humans or scenery just so that other humans can look at it? They see true beauty. Ah, I see now. There are paintings of flowers and noble women here that would certainly fit that description. But there are paintings of things like empty mountains and wrinkly old men too. Is there also true beauty in those too? I don't get it. Speaking of, there was one exhibit that looked like a bunch of scribbles. Why would something like that be displayed? I can understand different art having different levels of craftsmanship. Wasn't this simply on par with a child's? No, if anyone's the child here, it's you. Even I could sense something special from that painting.
Excuse me?
What are you on about? It's scribbles, any way you look at it. The face is all screwed up, the nose and ears are wrong. The painting is an accurate depiction of the darkness within the human heart. How unfortunate, Caroline. It seems you lack even a shred of aesthetic sense. Excuse me? I'll tell you who's lacking, Justine. You're lacking proper eyesight! Perhaps you lack any sense at all. Sounds like you need a good shock to the brain. I could say the same for you. Hey, inmate, are you going to tell that mess of a sketch is actually art? Art is challenging. I get what you mean, at least I think. And I think you're merely evading the question. I suppose we will call this one a draw, for now. Say, did you see the painting that looks like a bunch of scribbles? Apparently it's worth 500 million yen. What? Even my youngest can make something that looks like that. 500 million? That makes no sense whatsoever. I wholly agree with you on that. It requires further study. Let us continue to inspect the premises. We saw a great deal of interesting displays, but that last sculpture we saw, that was nothing but a tasteless reproduction of a naked body. Are you going to tell me that counts as art too? I thought this human concept of beauty simply took many forms, but it has spread all the way into the realm of the bizarre. Why do humans even pursue this beauty in the first place? Do you also waste our efforts striving towards beauty, inmate? I'm already beautiful. From where do you muster such stupendous confidence? We'll see how you feel after I stuff you in a trash can. But anyway, we've seen the art that humans are fond of. This assignment's officially complete. Here is your reward. Regenerate times 3. Oh, regenerate 3 times 1. So I haven't learned why some of the humans call autumn the season of the arts, though. Well, whatever. How about we head back and try and make our own paintings? A fine idea. What shall we paint? The guillotine? The master?
Fine. Let's go home.
We'll figure it out when we're back. Hey, inmate, get to stepping. There's a reason the twins are the way they are.
What? Excuse me.
Could you please repeat that?
Nothing's been decided as of yet, but at the rate that things are going, Yoshizawa-san's honor status could possibly be revoked. Something so serious should, of course, be brought to the attention of both her parents and yourself.
I've been told that her results at the latest meet were quite laudable. Isn't revoking her status as an honor student a bit of an overreaction on the school's part?
I understand how you feel, but, well, third place doesn't really cut it in this case. She needs to attain first place results for her exceptional status to be worthwhile. Don't get me wrong here. Personally, I think her results are impressive, but I suppose the argument could be made that if she's going to represent Shujin and receive special treatment, it's not enough. Please don't shoot the messenger here, okay? This is necessary to guarantee fairness across the entire student body.
Jesus Christ.
If you've been expelled or the like, another meet's coming soon. Please try for the results the school wants to see.
Sir, putting excessive expectations on Yoshizawa-san will only be to her detriment.
Oh, that wasn't at all my intention. I just wanted to give her a little encouragement.
Fuck you! That's not encouragement. That's an ultimatum.
Dr. Maruki, please continue serving the student body as counselor and providing support to Yoshizawa-san. This meeting was merely meant to express how the entire faculty will be supporting her. That's the reason I had you sit in today, Dr. Maruki.
Supporting her. I see.
Yeah, no, we're gonna revoke your honor status if you don't get first place. Don't you think you're being a little excessive? Oh, no. I'm not being excessive. It's just motivation. No, that's an ultimatum. First place or lose your honor status. In Japan, some of these high schools have tuition, and this is one of them. Shujin Academy has tuition. The only reason why your character is allowed in such a prestigious high school is because the high school wanted to try and rehabilitate you and get more honor for itself by doing that. So you were allowed to attend the academy because you had a criminal record, and they wanted to have the recognition of rehabilitating a convict. She is allowed to attend this school because she got in on a scholarship. They're trying to revoke the scholarship because she got 3rd place instead of 1st.
At any rate, that's all I wanted to discuss with you today. Please keep in mind, these changes are all hypothetical, unless Yoshizawa-san doesn't provide better results. Well, I suppose we should wrap up here.
Excuse me.
Oh,
What's wrong with Yoshizawa?
fuck.
Didn't she seem off to you?
Let's go.
Oh, it's...
Her charm.
Yoshizawa must have dropped it. Shoot, she's gone. Let's return it after school. We should at least send her a text so she knows where it is.
Maybe I left it in here.
Huh. How did Yoshizawa-san handle the news?
She seemed pretty downcast. I think it was quite the shock to her.
I truly hope this is what finally drives her to succeed. She needs to push herself beyond 3rd place and bring home some stronger results. And soon.
Vice Principal, I know I've already told you this, but your approach here is going to affect her adversely. Trying to motivate her with harsh words is only going to give her more anxiety.
Thank you! The voice of reason!
Dr. Maruki, we aren't running a charity. If she's going to receive special treatment, she needs to provide adequate results.
She placed in a multi-school regionals.
Praising her until her head swells may be your idea of therapy, but we can't afford to just butter her up forever. We took in those sisters to improve Shujin's standing, but at this rate, we're only going to end up suffering for it. Not only have we lost one of them, but the other one's not doing us any good. Huh, talk about a waste of effort.
Sir. Oh, pardon me, but there's no denying. First with Mr. Kamoshida, now the principal's death. We've got our backs to the wall here. Huh. If this school doesn't bounce back soon, even my own ass will be on the line. That'll be all. Excuse me.
CYA. Fucking CYA. Cover your ass.
I just cannot understand.
I'm fed up with how happy people have been acting. Stealing hearts, social reform, don't give me this Phantom Thieves nonsense. It's all so unscientific. I mean, how could they target Big Bang Burger and Okumura Foods? They're criminals. That artificially consummate flavor, enough volume to fill a small universe. Are the Phantom Thieves trying to steal the galaxy of junk food from me?
You.
That said, Singer-kun. Perhaps you think you understand how the vast the universe is, full of countless galaxies, but consider this. If we use 3 watermelons in the sun to visualize a certain matter's size against the universe, what are the melons? Use 3 watermelons in the sun. If the sun is a star, that's 3 moons.
I was wrong about you.
Too bad, it seems I was wrong about you. The answer is stars. It's to convey the density of stars in the vastness of space. 3 Bs in the whole of Europe also works. In other words, the universe is essentially empty. There are countless stars in the sky, but the universe is even more vast than that. Even with our own galaxy, the stars are separated by a great distance, despite the sheer volume of them visible. But, close but yet far. You could say the same of our hearts. If only we knew where we've been. Okay.
Hello? Senpai? I'm sorry. I just now noticed that you tried to reach me. My smartphone seems to be acting up again. You found my good luck charm, right?
Can we meet up?
Odaiba, in front of the stadium. we met before.
She's at the stadium?
Senpai, sorry, I can't hear you.
I guess her signal cut out. I couldn't hear everything, but it seems like she's at the stadium. She seemed to be acting unusually this morning, too. Do you think something happened?
Oh, definitely.
Me too. When we met her there last time, she did mention that she goes there when she's depressed. Well, let's see how she's doing when we drop off her good luck charm to Odaiba, right?
Okay, here we go.
No connection. I should have gotten this thing replaced already. I'm so useless. I do nothing but cause trouble for Senpai, and even Dr. Maruki. I'm supposed to be the Kasumi Yoshizawa.
Come on, I want to get a parfait.
Yeah, just a sec. I'm looking up a spot right now. It's supposed to be somewhere around here.
Ugh, you've gotten us totally lost. I don't recognize any of these places. What's that building even supposed to be, anyway?
I think they're building some kind of convention center. Or was it a research lab? What's it matter, anyway?
It's not a lab, it's a stadium. Hmm?
Beginning navigation.
What?
Hey, is that...
This is new, by the way. I've never seen this.
What the... This atmosphere... Is this a palace? But we never activated the nav. Wait. Do you think it was Yoshizawa?
Did Kasumi have the nav?
She wasn't anywhere near us when we slipped into this palace. She can't fight like we do. We have to find her. Fast!
First, we need to find a way into that huge thing. This area setting down past these gates seems suspicious to me. Let's go, Joker. Okay, that's to lead. Here we go. I don't think Yoshizawa's here. Can we get any further in? That door might be our only option. Let's go check it. We'll have to find a way.
Oh!
There. Okay, cool. See if we can find a way to climb up. So we need a way up. Aha! There we go. I don't see any chests.
Was that Yoshizawa?
That didn't sound good.
Why? How are you here?
Who's that? Is she a cognitive being?
It's my fault.
What? Come on.
You must. Kasumi.
Stop! Stop it!
What the hell's going on?
Hurry! Yoshizawa's in trouble!
Heresy! You dare to spurn our Lord's mercy!
Are you alright, Yoshizawa?
Are you hurt?
That voice. Senpai?
Looks like that thing's ready to rumble.
Accept yourself. Our Lord laments the foolishness birthed from your pain.
What are you talking about?
I heard the school moved her exam period. Must be nice getting perks like that. Where are these voices? Her whole I'm not bothered routine really pisses me off sometimes. Getting special treatment is like whatever if it's deserved. But do you think she's earned it?
I understand how you feel, but, well, third place doesn't really cut it in this case. She needs to attain first-place results for her exceptional status to be worthwhile.
Not only have we lost one of them, but the other girl's not doing us any good. Talk about a waste of effort.
I've had enough of this.
Yoshizawa?
You're telling me I'm not cutting it? As if I don't know that better than anyone! Still, I don't care what anyone says about me. I will not tolerate anyone speaking ill of our dream!
Okay. They shortcut it this time.
It's all in your best interest. Filling my life with this pressure. Demanding the results that you want.
Yoshizawa? Could she be?
And now you're all branding me a failure? Let me remind you who you're talking to. I am Kasumi Yoshizawa!
So adamant.
Yeah, they shortcut it.
Life in cinders. You'd strive towards splendor. You know the risk. Well, if those really are the shoes you've chosen, then we'll dance to the end.
This has got to be...
Off it goes. Oh, we're going magical girl transformation. Gotcha.
Look at that!
I am thou, thou art I. Accept this contract, the spell cast upon you.
I request we have a rematch. This time, I'm going all in with Cendrillon!
Okay. We got 3 at least.
Nothing too reckless, okay?
Thank you. Please do. Let's dance!
Oh, she's the holy. Okay. Oh, no, never mind. That's perfect. Oh, she's just casually, you know, doing leg splits. There we go. Dizzy, forget sleep, hunger. Do we have an item for this? No.
What's the plan?
Hunger, cures. Okay. Recover. There's one, like... Oh, wow.
Impossible! Dance, Persona!
Persona! There.
There.
Hey, are
Yeah.
you all right?
You woke up.
I can't be weak anymore.
Whoa, I'm quite impressed, considering how you just awakened to your persona and all.
Senpai, right?
Yeah.
I knew it. By the way, why are we dressed like this now?
It's a really long
This
story.
has to be awfully confusing for her. Looks like they found us. Time to get out of here, quick. We can explain later.
Follow my lead.
Right.
So we have another palace on the side that we can go to.
Oh, we're back at... Huh? My clothes changed back to normal too.
This was your location before you entered the metaverse. We all just came back.
Came back? Did we go somewhere?
Yes.
About that.
Please, tell me anything you might know about what's going on. I need to know what just happened to me.
I know how you feel, but what should we do?
I don't see an alternative. Do you, Kat?
Okay.
Right?
I'll tell you everything from the beginning.
Thank you. A metaverse with palaces and personas.
I'm sure it's not easy to wrap your head around all of this in one go.
Normally I wouldn't believe any of that, but after seeing it all for myself...
They really shortcut this, which really undermines a lot on the story.
But wow, you're so good at explaining things, Mr. Kitty.
I'll let that last part slide this time. But isn't there something else that should be surprising you?
Huh? A cat's talking?
You were saying, Tig?
Took you long enough. And I am not a cat. I am Morgana.
I see. Well, since you seem to know a lot more about this than I do, maybe I should call you Morgana-senpai.
Oh, that's right. Don't...
Your good luck charm.
You came all this way to return this? Thank you so much.
You didn't seem your usual self this morning. Did something happen?
Well, I didn't get a chance to tell you yet, but I got 3rd place in the last meet. Of course I'm not happy about it, but it looks like the school is even more displeased. I was summoned to the guidance office this morning. I was warned that the school might revoke my honors status if I don't improve my results soon. It would be due to my own inability to succeed in gymnastics, so I have to say it's not an unfair consequence, but I also overheard the vice principal talking about how I'm a useless waste of effort. And I dragged Dr. Maruki into this mess too, since he was with me when I got the news. That's what really got to me.
That's a tough break.
So I ended up coming here. And then all of a sudden I was in that place we just left. But I'll be just fine now. I feel like whatever happened in there helped me to get over it. I'm going to realize my dream for sure.
That palace isn't even done yet.
Seems like you really are on the up and up now. But then again, how did Yoshizawa end up finding a palace in the first place? It sounds like it was pure coincidence based on what she's told us.
What about my phone?
Well, I suppose that makes the most sense. Hey, do you mind if we take a quick look at your phone? If the nav's on there, we'd be able to tell whose palace that was with the search history.
Sure, it's right.
It has to be Maruki's.
Sorry, this won't do any good.
Why's that?
The battery's dead. It's been acting up for a while now, so that could have something to do with it.
Oh, really? Shouldn't you get that checked out? Well, it's not like that was a palace we've been after, so I guess it's no big deal. We couldn't make its ruler our target unless we reached a unanimous decision anyway.
Okay, I've been meaning to ask.
I love how we're just casually talking about it, and then she's like, okay, hold on a second.
Are you two part of the Phantom Thieves?
Well, we're...
You are, aren't you?
You caught us.
Knew it. Wait, that means when we were at the cafe with Akechi-san, I basically told the Phantom Thieves themselves that I don't agree with what they're doing. I'm really sorry.
You have a right to your
Don't worry
opinion.
about it. With that out of the way, what's your call?
About Kasumi?
That's right. Considering how she did back there, don't you think she'd make a worthy addition to the Phantom Thieves?
So, you mean you want me to join the Phantom Thieves?
In a nutshell, yeah. You've awakened to your persona, you're aware of the existence of palaces, and from the looks of things, you've got quite the potential. If you're willing to join us, we'd be glad to have you.
I see.
You don't have to give us an answer right now. I mean, you probably shouldn't make any decisions until you learn more about what it is we're actually doing.
And not just what people say.
I'm sorry. I have to turn down your offer.
You just lit... Oh my god.
So we'll head home for now and... Wait. What?
When I awakened to my... persona, was it? I also realized something. I can't keep obsessing over my shortcomings in gymnastics like this. So that's why I can't join you at the moment.
Because you need to focus on your gymnastics.
I'm truly sorry to say no after all you've done for me.
That's like you, Kasumi.
Thank you. But I think I'd only cause you all more trouble if I were to join up without being totally invested in it.
I mean, that's fair.
I won't say a word about this to anyone.
I'm glad you catch on so quickly. Well, if you ever change your mind about us, just let us know, okay?
Thank you, Morgana-senpai. If that ever happens, I'll get in touch right away.
Yes.
I should extend
Okay.
the same gratitude to you as well, senpai. I swear, one day I will repay you for helping me out in so many ways.
Yeah, they really shortcut this story, but I have a feeling that palace is going to pop up again later.
Quite a happen today, but I have a feeling I'll try harder than ever before starting tomorrow.
I'm glad to hear it.
Well, see you later.
Okay.
I mean,
And it said she'd definitely be a huge help if she joined. We have a box! We have 8 days left. I'm not allowed
let's go to bed.
God damn it.
Well then.
Does that mean... I'm sorry for messaging you late. My phone battery finally recharged, so I want to thank you while I could. You don't have to be so polite. It's just a decent thing to do. Just want to thank you for today. Sorry that thanks are all I can offer right now. Don't worry about it. No, please, it's fine. I'll have my phone fixed as soon as possible. Please let Morgana-senpai know as well. Anyways, I hope you have a good night. If only Yoshizawa would join the thieves. What a shame. Nothing we can do. How are we going to break it to the others? Everyone's comments used to be encouraging. Now they're actually kind of frightening. This is utter chaos. The public dislike of Okumura has grown exponentially as well. How are you holding up, Haru? We've been receiving anonymous threats almost every day now. That's scary, but our security is tight, so it's been okay so far. I believe things will calm down once we finish this. And what about us? Are we going to get all popular and shit again? Let's not concern ourselves with that for now. I only pray things calm down. Guess we still have some problems to hash out. We could do more harm than help if we brought this up at this point. Maybe we'll just stay quiet about Yoshizawa for now. Akechi? Oh, it's Haru.
Regarding my father, there isn't anything different about him yet. I can't help but think about a lot of things when I'm just waiting. Things like, did it go well?
No need to worry.
Thanks.
We got you.
Hearing that from you puts my mind at ease. I guess I'll relax and look after the flower bed. I haven't been able to for a while.
I think I have to do the flower bed as one of the achievements. We're trying to do 100% achievements in one run, which is doable. Come on, they aren't going to murder him. Besides, I'm pretty sure the principal killed himself. No way, that was the Phantom Thief sending a message. Wake up, people, it's time to atone or something like that. I'd kill for that kind of power. That persona you left here. Listen carefully. You must come today, otherwise you shall very well lose that persona. Okay, cool. Makoto's at max. Okay. I do need to go to the Velvet Room and get that persona out. I need that persona specifically. That's why I put it in there to begin with. Well, okay then. Go to Horny Jail.
You certainly seem composed.
Go to Horny Jail.
I'll take care of him. You want to release it? Looks even stronger now. You want to let it out?
It can get pretty expensive because you have to get up to... Oh. Right now, with my level, I couldn't hold any of the Max Arcana personas. The Max Arcana personas are in the 60s and 70s, and I'm in level 40. So for each level difference between where they are and where I am, I have to pay. So I would need like hundreds of thousands of yen just to be able to pull it off in the first place. And that's if I have all the material components for them. I may have to make those persona, and if those persona are also a higher level than me, I have to pay for that as well. We don't care about it dodging eyes, so there we go. Nullifies my weakness, so I no longer have a weakness, I only have strengths.
You'd like to read the compendium? Registration? You'd like to register this? These are the paths you have walked.
I need... That's the Stone of Scone. Do I have the next one? Is the next one in? No. Okay.
This persona? You'll withdraw this persona? Then accept this persona.
Time for some... Let's execute him!
Power requires sacrifice. That will do.
Okay, so hold on. I need to... Give me 1 second here, folks. Strength Tarot. I'm making bugs. I just need to know what skill bugs needs. Haridi's part of it. Oh, that's Nico Shogun. Oh, Seth with high counter. Bugs with Samaricum. Okay, so this is cool.
This is what it shall become through execution. Then let us
go ahead. Okay. We can get rid of that for this. Okay, we confirm. Dodge wind. We'll confirm. Okay, we're good. Okay, so Haridi has Samaricom. I need a Fuki. Okay, we created Haridi. Haridi and Pisaka. Okay, and then Pisaka... Pisaka... Oni and Izanagi. Okay. So I need Oni and Izanagi.
Read here.
Can I even afford this right now? Oni... Okay. So far I can.
This is your power.
And Izanagi's down here. That's Inugami. Izanagi is higher. Where's Izanagi? Fushimitama, Inugami. There's Izanagi no Okami. Nikomata and Izanagi Picaro. Okay. This is Izanagi no Kami. Okay. Izanagi.
This persona.
I guess this is it. Izanagi no Okami Picaro.
A fee is required. This persona
Okay,
fee is
this is
required.
Izanagi.
Then accept this persona.
Okay. So now if I
Let's execute. Now choose.
use impossible. That's not the right one, is it? Phoenix and New. I don't think I have the money for this.
Finished. Done already. What?
Still need to speak.
You have read here.
Okay, so it's New.
This you
Okay.
this persona, then accept this persona.
And either Yaxini. Okay.
This
We have
persona
Yaxini.
can hold no more personas.
Time for some rehabilitation. Some modification, huh?
It appears it will become something protective.
So,
Okay.
this is what it will be into a new form.
Okay, cool. Skip that. We're just emptying slots at this point. Okay, cool. Thanks for my shiny belt. I need New and Yaxini,
Finished for now. You'd like to read the compendium? Read here.
which I have Yaxini down here. She's around 20.
This
There
much
she
of a
is.
fee is required. This is your power.
Basically those cards are all moves that I can teach Persona, so that way I don't have to do this. But
The inmate.
okay.
Execute 'em. Now choose.
New and
Terrible,
Yaxini.
but not impressive.
This will give me the right one, right? This is... No, that's Legion. Picasa. Okay. Anzu and Nikomata.
Are you
I
finished?
need money.
No slacking off.
I need money. Let's see if I can sell some of these cards and whatnot. Boop.
Yo. All right.
Okay, I can sell
It's that
these.
time of year when schools hold their athletic meets, huh? You should be grateful. I guess that's fine. 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 You should be grateful. I guess that's fine.
Just calendar time. I hand him the cards and he'll hand them back. Hip glasses, suspenders, the fanny pack, the hairpin, this key ring, tights, the dotted tights. Okay. White eye drops. Nuke cracker. Homunculus. Okay.
You should be grateful. I guess that's fine. You should be grateful. I guess that's fine. You should be grateful. I guess that's fine. You should be grateful.
Get rid of those. Shikigami. Okay, I have enough.
Come again.
I have enough for what I need it for. Okay. Okay. Geo kicked me back in. I need to make Pisaka. So, Oni and Izanagi, Nikomata, Ouroboros and Sandman, Rakshasa and Hypixie.
Time for you change your mind. The inmate needs our guidance. You change your mind. The inmate. Let's execute a fusion.
Anzu's one of these, right? Anzu and Makami? And Jikokuten. Jikokuten. Do I have Jikokuten? I think I have Jikokuten.
You wish.
Well, let's do the fusion of these two to make Anzu.
Do you really need to select the skills you'd like to inherit?
It will
Counter.
receive significant. Then let us begin.
Skip. Okay. Cool. So that's that. Let's do...
You change your mind? You'd like to read the compendium?
I know I have Jikokuten. Yeah, here he is.
Is required. Then accept this persona. Time for some. You wish to perform. Now choose. Will this truly help you?
There he is. This is who I needed.
Skills you'd like to inherit.
It will receive significant. I see.
Okay. We'll do this. Okay, we made a Pisaka. Okay. Abysmal Surge. Okay. So now if I do this with that... No, that doesn't make bugs. Let's look at bugs.
Can you gather them up? I see. A strong persona.
You wish for more power than you can handle?
I need more money. But you see what I mean? It cost... Just being a couple of levels above me, it cost me 50 grand for that. So that's like something you do on a New Game Plus. But the thing is, you need like...
Yo.
So one of the things that you come to realize is that to make the final arcane... You make the final arcanas, and then 3 of the final arcanas combine to make a super persona, and then you do that with all the different make all the different super personas, and you fuse them to make Satanael, which is the ultimate persona.
I guess that's fine.
It's kind of crazy.
I guess that's fine. You should be grateful.
That's Satanael. Satanael, pretty much starts at like level 99. He can never gain levels, but you get so much. He comes with one attack, and that attack is literally a one-shot kill on most things in the game.
Hey, inmate!
Kinda, except for it's more he just pulls out a huge gun and he fires point blank. Like he straight up reservoir dogs somebody.
The inmate needs our guide you wish to perform and gather them. Looks pretty tough.
Great things are possible. Do you wish a fusion?
Select the
Let's do
skills you'd
this.
like to inherit.
I need Samaricum. The rest of these don't matter. Dream Needle, sure.
It will receive
Invigorate.
a great deal. Then let us
We'll go ahead. Cool. We did it. It's done. You the badass with the mask? Come on, dude. Let's play. Full of skulls, right? Yeah, we'll do that.
Fit done already?
We got it.
Do you need something? Now, it would seem...
You brought us the bugs with the skill Samaricom. You make it seem easy. Well, the assignment's done. Thinking back on our encounters here, we have lost our composure in front of you quite a few times. So, me and Justine had a little talk. I do know how to put this, but we don't know each other too well, even though we're so close. We also come to realize that each of us complements the faults of the other quite nicely. I don't think I've ever had a deep conversation like that with anyone before. Oh, and it made me remember something super important. I bet you want to hear what that was, isn't that right? That silence is supposed to mean yes, right? Okay, listen close. The thing I remembered is something someone once told me. You explain it, Justine. Essentially, the 22 Arcana represent a journey. This is important because this is where the tarot gets all of its mysticism. The cards of the tarot represent a journey. The Fool is the person at the beginning of the journey, and all the other cards represent the obstacles or the path itself. The Fool embarks on a pilgrimage through the numbers, overcoming death and eventually obtaining the world. In short, this journey is the tale of one's path through life. So we realize something. If this wildcard thing, the potential of the Fool, proves that you're a traveler, then your becoming stronger will lead us all in the right direction. And that may be the true meaning of rehabilitation, or perhaps it's something beyond even that. Regardless, one thing we can be sure of is that this list was written with the intent of being completed. Understanding and having faith in that intent is the change this list has brought about in us. Not that somebody like you would be able to comprehend that, but for us, it was something really important to learn. Oh, and I think we might know who that voice in my head was too. I can't tell you right now, though. That's fine by me. I guess our Fool is finally starting to learn his place. Regardless, we have grown able to reflect on ourselves thanks to you. This may not be something I should be saying, but I have quite enjoyed our time spent together. You hear that, inmate? You'd better overcome this ruin stuff. Keep surviving all the way until we learn the truth. Together! We vowed to do everything in our power to assist you for the sake of your future and our own. I feel like my bond is growing deeper, and boom. The next one is the hardest. I have to make Seth. And for that, I need 4 different Egyptian gods.
Farewell.
It's time I assign you the final task to receive your immensely powerful reward.
Now.
Seth with high counter. Speak to us once you've obtained it. One that knows high counter. Okay. I think I have the ability to make Seth?
The inmate needs a power requires sacrifice.
Can you gather them up?
We have Michael, Yoshitsune, Sorosha, Vasaki, Izanagi no Pikami, Izanagi no Kami, Hellbiker. Yes, that's at 51. Oh, there he is. So, I have Anubis. I need to make Thoth. I have Isis. And then I need to make Horus. Horus is the hard one.
Let us begin the search.
I don't think I have the ability to make Horus yet.
You okay with this?
Are you finished?
What? No slacking off.
I need to make Horus. Horus is the only one I haven't made yet, and so I gotta look him up. But once I've made him, then I can make Seth, and I think I have the high counter card. I don't have high counter. Okay. But they basically say, since Seth is so hard to make anyways, you're better off just making Seth and giving him high counter, and they tell you the quest to do it.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts?
What are your thoughts?
I think... Oh yeah, that is the flower shop. Okay.
Okay.
And start next time you're available.
Whoa.
Okay. This is how I'm supposed to find out that the old man's the one attacking people.
Hey, hey!
Yeah. Okay. Kindness. Yes.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
I think I have to work nights at the flower shop. Okay, so... we're good there. Makoto's at max. Let's see. We're good for now on doing that stuff. So I'm trying to do as little of the persona management off screen, so that way you guys don't have to sit through that, because it can get boring. The only reason I did it there was because I was so close to having it done, and I just needed to build one more persona to finish it off and be able to get that rank. I'll set up the next rank, then I'll do the fusion online or I'll do the fusion on stream and show them that I've made the persona to finish it out.
Well...
Let's see what's hanging out with her today. Let's broaden our views. We're going to Shibuya.
Thank you.
There we go.
Let's go home.
I can't help but get excited when we're together. Shall we go home? Okay, so that takes care of that issue. Can't up Sojiro. EY, I can get to EY, but a little later. Let's go to the flower shop. Can I just say the flower shop? Yeah, thank you.
Oh! Come in.
Oh, only during the day. Okay. We'll go to the back streets.
How can I help you?
What day is it? Tuesday. We still got about a week. Well, since I screwed the pooch on that and I was supposed to do that during the day, let's go to Airsoft. Let's go to Untouchable and deal with EY. You'll be on your own, though. I gotta take care of some other business. Okay. Hecaton chairs. I feel like my bond. Let's hang out. The guy you're looking for is homeless, but he knows what's up. He'll be somewhere in Shibuya. Rumor about the underground deal, and don't act all suspicious. I gotta take care of some other business, so I'm counting on you, kid. You know, I can find anything you need on the internet. You can find anything you need on the internet, right? Or are you maybe looking for something a little more? I can see it in your eyes. Who sent you here? None of your business. Sure. Anyways, I'll tell you, but just this once. You're getting into some shady business here. Alright, just act like I'm humbling to myself. You got it? No promises I'm gonna say anything useful either. So an exec from a Hong Kong mafia came into Japan sometime around New Year's. Apparently something big went down with a huge Asian investor. Deal was worth about 100 million yen. Thought you'd figure something that massive would get more people talking about it. Maybe at least some kind of high-end club to keep it as private as possible? I didn't hear a thing about that, though. Alright, we're done here. Go. Great stuff, Awai. Yeah. It's nice to hear that coming from you, Suda-san. I bet you could start a war with realistic models like these. Seriously, these are incredible. I should get going now, though.
Yo.
Welcome. Alright, Awai, I'll take one of everything you showed me today. I'll need an entire arsenal. How long would that take? Depends on how quick the parts come in. Some stuff's probably gonna have to come through customs. How long things get stuck there is totally out of my control, though. Tell me, Mune, what's your son's name? Kaoru-kun, was it? That's right. Well then, if you don't deliver on time, I might have to let Kaoru-kun in on your little secret. Suda-san, please. I wonder, how will an adolescent boy like reacting to finding out his father was in the Yakuza? I guess if things go sour, we could always try to sell him again. Fine, I'll put a rush on your order. Happy now? Very much so. Well then, I look forward to hearing from you again. Soon. Sorry to make you wait, kid.
Shit.
God damn it. So that was Suda?
Yeah.
Sorry you had to see that. Anyways, how'd it go? You learn about anything good? 100 million yen deal. Huh, so someone made a big deal with the Hong Kong Mafia worth 100 million yen, and it happened sometime around New Year's? Wouldn't surprise me if Suda had something to do with it. I hear he's been bragging all over about a big score he made right near the start of the year. I've got to do some more research into it myself. Anyways, nice job. I'm going to be able to give Suda a real scare thanks to the info you gave me. Give it your all. That goes without saying. Man, I can't wait to see the look on Suda's face. It's been ages since I felt this excited. And it's all because of you, kid. Turns out you're pretty useful. Okay, that's rank 4. Well, I'm gonna head home early and spend some good old quality time with Kaoru to celebrate. Damn fine job again, kid. Get out of here. My proficiency's maxed. I need to work on knowledge and kindness.
Later.
Okay, so I have to work the flower shop during the day to get the name of the crazy man that's attacking people in the underground. You definitely got me some good intel. I appreciate that. But now Suda knows your face, and that could be a real problem. I agree. You catch on fast. Thanks to that shit today, Suda knows we're connected at least. Which means that stunt we pulled with Masa ain't gonna work on him. Well, what's done is done. If one method isn't gonna work, we just gotta find another. I'll think about our next move. Until then, don't do anything stupid. When I need help, I'll get in touch. Hopefully, you'll be ready. He requires maxed out guts. Sojiro requires maxed out kindness. And I think Kawakami also requires maxed out kindness. The day Haru's gonna get sent off is almost here. We took the treasures, so all we gotta do is wait. Still, I wish we could do something in the meantime. Why don't we go to Mementos today? I don't feel like it. You have something else to do? Well, I won't force you. If the president has a change of heart, maybe our reputation will go up and we'll see more requests. So I want to get the requests we currently have out of the way at least. I did that off... Well, no, I basically ran through and got a bunch of stamps and leveled up Mementos a little bit. But we're still working on that.
Shall we begin?
We'll start with the summary of the previous lesson.
Well...
Okay, thank God. I got some free time. Time to read. We'll finish this up.
Whoa.
3 points in knowledge. We're getting closer.
That's odd.
At any rate, let's return to our lesson for now. Helped us get a good chunk of free time go. Okay, we can work on Futaba, but I need to work the flower shop. And this will be for kindness.
What do you want to do?
I'll work here. I'll work.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Megumi Hanasaki, the owner of the shop. I'll do everything myself today so you can observe me and try and learn the ropes. Let's begin.
Hey!
Hey, apron suits you.
Here.
Here's your pay for today.
You did great.
How are you feeling?
Okay. At least one more time, and then I'll be able to get the info. It took 2 times when I was working the convenience store to find out about the robbery ring. Oh, it's raining. Father's still indisposed. How are things with you? Has anything happened with the media? I hope they haven't been horrible. Thank you. They will surely get a great deal about my father, but I'm determined to push through it. Society doesn't care what may be going on as long as it's enough to kill their perpetual boredom. They don't even consider how their words may hurt others. They think caring about people is someone else's job. It makes me want to puke. There's nothing we can do about that, though, and everything they say about Father's true. But it's important to remember that there was someone else in the shadows behind the shutdowns. Until we can bring their crimes to light, this won't end. We'll find the true culprit for sure. Naturally. Yeah, it's going to be a hell good victory when we expose that criminal for who they really are. Either way, we'll need to wait for Haru's father to recover. We'll have plenty of time to ask about it then.
Behind the mental shutdowns. It has to be someone dangerous. Now that we're getting closer to the truth, we need to be ready for absolutely anything.
Okay. We can do Kawakami. Wow, no one else is available? Oh, there's a catchy.
Hi. Hey.
I have some time before the shoot. If you're not busy, you want to hang out?
What do you want to do?
Let's hang out.
you.
Do we do billiards? Oh, we're just at the coffee shop. Okay.
Goodbye.
There's a reason we're pushing Akechi along. In the base version of the game, Akechi was one of those that you automatically got to 10.
Hey!
Proficiency. We don't need proficiency. We don't need charm. So let's read the game guide. It's a secret technique. Sounds like something Phantom Thieves would use, I think.
Oh!
All right.
It's not a programming exploit, it's a secret technique.
Textbooks open to page.
Having executed the royalty, the revolutionaries proceeded to take courts into their control. All who opposed the revolution were executed. However, the revolutionaries too were then reviled as despots and executed by the public. Many people were executed during the revolution. The fact that this many executions were possible was actually due to one specific invention. Does anybody remember what it was? There is... Yeah, right? Does anybody remember the invention that allowed for the swift execution of people during the French Revolution? I think Tig might remember this one. As soon as it shows the picture, you'll know. Yeah, I know. I keep using it all the time. That's the fun part. The answer is the guillotine. The guillotine was created, and one of the first people thrown into the guillotine was actually the creator.
This is it.
Correct.
The tool is named after him. By the way, Charles Henry Sanson, the famous executioner, it said he killed 2,800 people with the advent of the guillotine. It may look cruel, but it delivered a swift, painless execution regardless of one's social status. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it embodied the French spirit of equality.
Nice going.
Let's keep it going. The revolutionaries that rose up for freedom became despots themselves. It's a common tale. Our social reform doesn't hurt anybody in the real world. It's a bloodless revolution. Yeah, right? Okay, that's Makoto at max. We can do Futaba. We'll go to Shibuya and work the flower shop again.
Hey, hey! What do you want to do?
Okay. Kindness for working the store. I'll work.
Oh, yeah!
Alright, it didn't explain things to you last time. We have Happy Flower Days on Wednesdays and Saturdays, which is when we offer discounts on bouquets. I'll be having you choose the flowers for the bouquets too. Might even bump up your pay if the customer really likes your arrangement. So I know today isn't Happy Flower Day, but we do have a bouquet request. It's important you get some practice in, so let's have you start making one.
I appreciate it.
We have an order for a bouquet. Please handle it. Looking for large, brightly colored flowers. Pick 3 that fit that description.
Okay. What do you want to do?
This order is for large, brightly colored flowers. Is that okay? This should be good.
Hey.
Amazing!
Extremely happy. If you wanted to know more about flowers, I suggest you read the Flowerpedia. Most of the flowers we sell here should be in there, so I'm sure it'll help if you read it. Here's your pay for today. I gave you a little bonus because of how well you did. Wow.
You did great.
Okay.
Nice. Wanna head
Okay.
back?
We're trying to get to mementos, but... Grr.
Ah, you're back.
Ah, the crossword puzzle. Let's play a little. These gauge student knowledge. It's not exam. EXAMS. TEST. No Q. Okay, what's this one? Pull an all-nighter. Rat race result. Study aids. These gauge student knowledge. There's no Q. It's not an exam. It's not tests. It's not forums. It's not exit exams. It's not the SATs. It's not LSAT, SAT. Okay. Gauge student knowledge. Not teacher. Faculty? No. No H, so it's not schools. Cram. Okay. Has an A in it, and it gauges student knowledge. What's this one? Rat race result. A rat race result. I don't know. It gauges student knowledge. Has an A in it. A report? Grades? Marks? Okay, if this is cram like I think it is. No K. No G. No K. Not score. S-C-O-R-E. Not scores. The far right is, study aids. And across is the rat race result. Not cheese. Doesn't have an H anyways. Gauge student knowledge. No Q. Study aids. Oh, sensei? No, sensei wouldn't fit here. Because that should be SAI. Yeah, see, sensei doesn't work. It also doesn't work because it would mean cram doesn't fit there. And an overnight study session would be a cram session. And sensei doesn't fit there because it's one too short for sensei. No P. Yeah, practice exams are a big thing. Okay, so... I don't think that's right. I could have sworn I saw a P in here, but there's no P. Guri isn't one either. And this is cram. So we have a rat race result and something that gauges student knowledge. Well, no, because there's practice tests. You can use a practice test as a study aid in order to see where you're lacking, so you know what to study for. So it is a study aid. In fact, Makoto was going on and on about how she was doing practice tests to get ready for the college exams. Rat race result. It's not faculty. No Q, so it's not query. Gauge student knowledge, A for third letter. Not a monitor. Examiner. Nope. No H either. Tenor for money? Not winner. God. Okay, gauge student knowledge. Okay, gauges student knowledge. Not foreman. Right. For cash. Okay. These gauge student knowledge. Cram is correct. Okay, Cram's correct. So that means this has to be an A. You can't escape. Okay. Ain, not exams. It's not quizzes. It's not testing. It's not an inquiry. Held at the end of the semester to determine how proficient the students have become in each subject. O and X are symbols often used when grading finals, but their meaning in Japan differ than those in other countries. Those doesn't always mean the answer is right.
I see. Nice.
Max knowledge. Now we just gotta put all into kindness.
Well then.
Okay. There. We got it.
Nice. That should do it for now.
Okay. So Monday is the deadline, the 10th. Blue was the soft deadline. Blue was the hard deadline. I had to have the entire dungeon done by the blue date. Okay.
Hey, hey! What do you want to do?
Yay.
Oh, yeah.
Dangerous in this. Did something happen?
The thing is...
There's been quite a few assaults that a man was hospitalized after getting attacked by someone. Attacked by who? Oh, it's only a rumor, but I heard it was a famous thug from around here named Taizo Naguri. But the police can't handle the situation without any proof. Okay. Taizo Naguri. We finally got a name.
You did great.
How are you feeling? Hey! Right.
Taizo Naguri. Let's go to the Mementos and take his disordered desires.
Wanna head back?
Okay, now we can go home. I can continue to work in order to be able to do Sojiro.
Ah, you're back.
How much money do I have? 40k? Okay, we're still good there.
Hey! Well then.
Oh.
Okay, we got that.
Listen.
Okay. This was the hard deadline. I had to have it done by today. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go to the hideout.
Is everyone here? Listen up.
Dangerous assailant.
Okay.
Okay. ID'd. Okay, so all of our targets have been ID'd, so now we get to go. Now we get to go.
Okay, let's go.
That was what I was waiting for, was to get an ID on the old man. Now that we've done that, I can do these 3 and be clean with everything now.
You didn't forget anything, did you? Okay. Do you need something?
Okay, let's do this.
You sir.
The inmate needs our guidance.
Some modification, huh?
Hysterical slap.
Behold, it's new. This may prove somewhat extreme.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's get rid of Thunderbird.
So, this is what it will become. This may prove somewhat extreme.
We're gonna need some room, especially if we're gonna make Horus. We should probably get rid of one more. Kaiwan. Which one's this one? Oh, this one. Yeah, no, get rid of it.
So, this is what it will be. This may prove somewhat extreme.
Okay, that makes room.
You wish to gather them.
Do we have... Okay, so he's not one of those.
Now choose. What path do you want?
We got all this new stuff, but we don't have what we need for those.
Finished for now? You'd like to read the compendium? Read here.
Can I make Horus now? I don't think I can make Horus. Okay. Lachesis and Barong. Yeah, we weren't going to be able to do this anytime soon. Nikashogo and Yadagarasu. Yeah, all of these are like super expensive. Like one's high up and one's low down. So we're going to have to wait for a while on this one.
Are you finished? What? It is time, inmate.
I think I have to go back to the next one. I think he's right here at the end, if I'm right. This is where we gotta go. Okay, we got all of the stamps here, and then we'll go into the next area and start working that out. But in this area, we should have our target. I don't need any of these persona.
Joker, there's a chest!
Got it.
Shadow ahead. Take caution. The shadows in mementos are shapeless.
Given their lack of shape, I find it hard to capture them in my paint.
Up we go. He'd tell me if we were on the right floor, honestly. So we gotta go up higher.
There's a shadow. Be careful.
Just get all this. I don't have to explore too hard. Still nothing. Okay, this is the rest area.
Okay.
So here?
Hmm?
Somewhere's in this area. Okay. Okay.
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool.
Let's go.
Get some money. We got a money bonus.
That was so easy, I'm yawning.
Oh, it could be this way. Let's see. There it is.
Hmm? Then
Let's go. Crazy look in his eyes. He's been known to attack indiscriminately. I guess he really has lost his sanity. If we don't make him have a change of heart, I won't feel safe walking around in public.
let's go.
We all have to do this.
Sorry.
Hey, are you the Phantom Thieves? You came to see me? Wow, I guess I must be famous. Oh geez, he's the annoying type. So can I help you? You didn't come to pick a fight with me, did you? That can't be. Stop playing dumb, you crazy criminal. I'm doing the world a service. We've got an overpopulation problem with too many old people. And just think of this as my own personal brand of justice. Anyway, it doesn't involve you punks.
Looks like we got ourselves a talk.
Too late. You can't escape your demise. You'll regret picking a fight with me. I'll beat you to the pulp.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything
Let's go.
reckless.
There.
Oh, okay.
Persona! Ha! Persona! Enough! Persona! Shall we?
Wow, we're doing a ton of damage to this guy.
Move it. Go down.
Persona! Persona! Ha!
There we go. Now we're getting money. What? What have I done? I've been hurting people just because I wanted to vent my frustrations? Sorry, won't cut it. You attacked and hurt a lot of people, you know? What can I do? Tell the police everything. Turn myself in. I guess there's no other way. I've been doing something truly horrible. I need to be punished for it. Charge.
All right.
Let's move on to the next. Let's go back to the entrance. And then I can go all the way down to...
Well then.
the end area, and we go into the new area. I purposefully kept out of this area because there were requests in the area and I didn't want to come across them. So I didn't want to get started yet. Oh man, this place just keeps getting creepier and creepier. Hey Faye, welcome back! Sure, the shadows here are stronger too. Yeah, and it looks like there are more enemies here than there were up above. Be careful. $25. Okay.
You've got the advantage. This is your chance. Hit him where it hurts.
No.
Oh, okay.
Moving to the let's get this done. Impressive. Let's do this. Dance, Carmen. Amazing, Panther. Do it with style.
Okay. Well, on the one hand, it's nice to have a day off. On the other hand, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I handled that easily. Surprise attack success. Guns! You gotta use your guns!
Let's go.
Beat him up!
Now it doesn't matter if they're in the party or not, so that's the nice thing, is I can swap them out and not care about keeping everybody equal.
Okay.
Good work. Keep it up. You found a treasure chest. Should we take a...
Oh, the platform. We can.
Yeah, I can imagine that would be extremely frustrating. It's like, you're just arguing semantics. No, that's the whole argument. Thank you for showing you have absolutely no clue what's going on.
Don't lose. Nice one, Joker. You hit its weakness.
Up to you.
Not so yet. The baton's powered you up. One enemy shot down. Panther's rocking it. All out attack. The beautiful rose has thorns.
Thank God.
Okay.
That was fast. I'm getting sleepy with nothing to do. Now's our chance. Beat him up.
It's time. Maybe not.
Electricity is its weak point. This should be
Oh, electricity. I can do that. No, I can't. Yeah. No, you got that right.
This one.
knocked him right off your feet. Nice, Joker.
Up to you.
Not done yet. I'll get him. Okay. Run past firepower even higher.
Also, Battletech can get very involved depending upon how deep in the rules you want to go.
Alright.
Yeah.
That enemy was really weak.
Oh, that was the way up. So we want to go to the left. And come down this way. There we go. We got graves here. That's ominous.
Oh no! I think I forgot to record my drama! Now I can't relax.
You could always read the book it was based on instead.
But that's work. Was this where he came from? This is exactly where we came from. We gotta hurry before the Reaper comes, because we are not ready for the Reaper.
I want to see more shadows. Where are they?
That's your idea of fun, huh?
Here's down. Down we go.
Is that a rare one? Don't let it get away!
We are the better fighters. Use fire attacks to hit its weak.
This is your chance. Hit him where it hurts.
The people I was arguing with did say they'd consider Risk of War game when I asked.
Persona! Hot Persona! That should have done it! Persona! It's still alive! Persona!
Yeah. Right?
Amazing, Panther.
There is a reason we give titles to things, and those titles have meaning. You are right on that front.
Was really weak.
That's a shadow!
There we go. Oh, the Naga.
Doesn't look like you can go for its weakness.
Something
It
else.
isn't a major threat, but don't use a
Wind.
lot for
Okay.
Took out a shadow! Good stuff! They're done for! Cleanup complete!
Okay.
Huh? That was a little too easy.
Ah! Yeah, I mean...
Joker!
Not good, but not great. I already got the extra stamp on this level, so we're just gonna go with this. Like, unless there's 13 floors, I can't possibly find all the stamps. Okay. Coming up on our first target. You also have to remember you are fighting against cognitive dissonance, and it's very hard unless the person comes into the argument already willing to acknowledge if they're right or wrong.
Yeah.
Phantom thieves, huh? Since we're both always on the run, I can give you pointers on hiding.
Huh?
Hey, we'd never accept any help from a guy as bad as you. You better return all the money you stole. Shut up! Why should I? Banks are always taking money from people unfairly. I'm stealing back from the people who stole first. I'm doing what's right. I'm carrying out justice. I disagree. You've been running away, always hiding behind a new name and face. You guys hide your identities too. You know what? That makes all of you hypocrites. I'm gonna take off those masks and see who you guys really are. That's a legion. I'll tear off this mess of hypocrisy.
Go down.
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool. Beat him up. Witness my resolve. Persona, this is a part of me. Get ready.
Come. You're mine. Damn it.
That increases nullified. Oh no. I mean, I had somebody argue with me that, so one of the things in Final Fantasy that is in the Final Fantasy card game that's a common misnomer is that when you flip an EX burst for damage, you can't react to it. Because most of the time, the EX burst resolves fully before the reaction would be able to do anything. But the reaction still happens. If you target a card that says the first time it's targeted by something, cancel that thing, even though the EX burst fully resolves before it has a chance to cancel it, it still goes off trying to cancel it. Then the EX burst resolves, there's nothing left to cancel, but it's burned its shield. So somebody was like, you can't react to an EX burst, and it's like, that's not entirely true. That's not how that works. And they were like, all you're doing is you're just saying how auto abilities work, and I was like, yeah, but that's the whole point. The auto ability still goes off, it just waits until after the EX burst is done. So it's important to remember that you can still respond with auto abilities, and in some cases you have no choice. And it can actually be a tactical advantage to do that.
Oh, look! A new move!
And he tried to post a meme. It failed to post the picture, so it looked like an empty post. And then he did a yawning emote, and I was like, I'm sorry, whatever you tried to post didn't post. Would you mind re-saying that? And then the next thing I know, that entire conversation chain was deleted. Rather than admit he was wrong, he deleted the entire thread. And there's another guy that's in the rules forum that constantly deletes whenever he's proven categorically wrong. This whole time I haven't been carrying out justice? You're a villain, as I expected. So you were saying the Phantom Thieves were hypocrites? I was wrong to have said that. I've realized my own mistakes. I'll install you. So yeah, it's interesting to see the lengths and the mental gymnastics people will go to never be proven wrong. I've worked so hard to fool the world, living only for my own greed. I've changed my face and name many times, but for the first time, my heart has been changed. Thermopylae! Okay.
Well then.
Let's keep going. Yeah, I'm already back up to 100 grand. Plus, every time I run over one of those boxes, I'm getting more of the treasures. A little bit further past here.
Treasure demon in sight. Let's get it.
Go down.
Knocked him right off their feet. Nice joke. It's clearly inferior. Win with pass the baton and knock him down.
Go ahead.
Not done yet. Zona. Zoro, showing her might. Almost gone for good. Keep the pressure up, Mona. Beat him up. Clean up complete.
Okay.
Huh? They weren't a big deal at all.
Okay.
Now's our chance. Beat him up.
I got a stun gun.
Knocked him right off their feet. Nice, Joker.
Pass to on. Who does this? Kills them all. And that's game.
Okay.
Okay.
That was so easy, I'm yawning.
So these give items, but because I've manipulated mementos, they give a lot more items. So it's always good to run over them because that's a lot of treasure.
Must be something good in that one's just weird. I don't know what it's do. You can hit their weakness.
There.
Knock them right off their feet. Nice, Joker. Pass the baton and knock them down.
Go ahead.
All right, on to the next. Persona! Zoro, showing her might. Nice! We all did great, huh? Okay.
Excellent.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Alright. This incidentally, this entire thing with the ambushing and whatnot is the entire reason why Merciless isn't as hard as people say it is.
There's a
Yeah, that's a full map. I don't think we got all of the stamps. Yeah, we're at 4 stamps. This floor only had 1. Oh, yeah, you're right.
all right.
We need the camera strap. What was the Demonica device? Okay. Let's go. Area 5.
Then
Okay, so they're on this floor. If I'm right, we should be coming up on Futaba's palace floors. Yep.
doesn't look like you can go for its weakness. Luna, aim! Persona, this is your chance. Ooh, not bad, Noir. Beat him up. So much for them.
Okay.
Good work. Keep it up.
Hey, we get you.
Take that, Bean. You don't have any skills that'll hit its weak spot. Zoro! One enemy on the floor. Bonafide, Monafide. Pass the baton and knock him down. All right, on to the next. Persona! Coming!
Got him.
I'm glad we won. Just like I thought.
Okay.
That enemy was really weak.
Hi, Thoth.
Doesn't look like you can go for its weakness. Finish it. Persona. Melody! Ooh, not bad, Noir. To punish them.
And that's Thoth.
So much for them.
Okay.
I feel like I need more. Shadow spotted.
Okay, and that's the target.
Then
Let's go. In here for the target. And then this will clear out all of the backlog on requests until the next palace. The Nejima Shadow. Is he cheating? He's cheating in a video game, right? Yeah, he's a cheater. It's not something an adult should be doing. Let's go. It's useless. In the Gunabout world, no one can defeat me. Cheating? I don't know what you're talking about. The winners are the ones who are right. It's the winners who decide what justice is. And what greater winner is there than me? I'm the god of the Gunabout world. I'm the god of the Gunabout world. I'm invincible. No one can ever hope to defeat me. No matter how many come against me, no one can ever wound me. Let's get him. Hi, Panther Man.
I'm strong and the most powerful. And no matter what you throw my way, you won't put a scratch on me.
It's time. Something else.
I don't know if the opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Bugs. Ravage them.
The choker. You missed. Come on. My other self. Thank you so much. Persona. Next time. You gotta hit them. Persona. Go. Eyes up, Panther.
Let's go. Some other way. Persona!
Much obliged. Persona!
I need Dakaja.
Ready for orders. Using this. Persona! All right. Eyes up, Panther. You pig.
Persona!
That's a big help.
Yeah. Let's try that one.
This should help. Persona! Take that! Eyes up, Panther!
Yeah, he's cheating. He's cheating here too.
I told you it's useless! There's no way you can win against me!
Look at him, acting all smug because of his cheats. We can't do anything to him at this rate, though. Let's retreat for now and rethink our approach.
Our attacks did nothing. We don't even have a chance. I'm not sure. As I've already mentioned, the metaverse is a place where people's cognitions materialize. Even I can't predict what will happen in here. If only we can figure out what his ability is. He's cheating. So we'll need to figure out a way to break through his cheat. That's fine, but let's do it somewhere else. It's not exactly what we call safe here. We should talk more where there aren't shadows. We can make it homework then. Let us think more on this topic after we return to reality.
I'm very sorry.
I hope it doesn't add too much more work to your plate. I guess we gotta do it. Okay, so that clears that up.
Need something.
Yeah, the whole point is you can't hurt him because everybody's perception is he cheats and so he's invincible. So we have to beat him in the real world once to prove that he can be hurt, and that will break his cognition that he's invincible, and we can hurt him in... we can cause the change of heart in Mementos, if I remember this correctly.
Alarm time! Today we will hang them more forcefully. Prepare for the unexpected! A group will be executed.
We need to make Horus. What's Horus made from? Grimacala and Fortuna. I think I have Fortuna as an option. Where's Fortuna? Nanta and Athena. So for a Nanta... Kaiwan and Picasa.
Get ready for this. You're stopping? You wish to view the compendium?
We need Kaiwan
This is the path you
and
have
Picasa. I think Kaiwan's the one. Yeah, this
Persona
one.
Require the proper This is your power.
And Picasa. Where's Picasa? Lower 30s.
This is the one.
Pisaka.
You wish to summon this persona?
Yep.
Take it then.
Interestingly enough, that is in fact a
There is one of my favorites.
hint about the twins.
That's a pretty strong one.
Okay. That's Ananta.
Choose which skills to inherit.
Kaja, regenerate 2. Ice is a drain, so we don't need null ice. Rampage.
This should beget a respectable Be Reborn.
Okay, so that's Ananta and Athena. Think I can do Athena. Temperance, Mithra, and Queen Mob. Oh, Ananta and Lilim? I can do Ananta and Lilim. Okay. So I have Ananta. And then I can do Ananta and Lilim, and then... Okay, that's Abysmal Surge, which is Despair. Okay.
Done already? Justine? This one's... Take a look.
Ananta and... Who was it again? It's Ananta and Lilim. That's Lamia. Lilim is higher up. There she
I
is.
will require the proper This is your power. Alarm time! Prepare for the unexpected. This is an alarm fusion. I see. This is certainly a powerful persona.
Yep. That's Athena.
Beyond your limits.
Ananta's already registered. When you make a persona, it auto-registers it.
Choose which skills to inherit.
This should beget a respectable... I see.
There we go. Yeah, this is going to kick me out because I'm going to break the guillotine, which is fine. Not fine. Not fine. Okay.
Do you need something?
That's gonna cause me to have to come back to this at a later time and get it all set up to make Horus. Like, I'm gonna make Horus off screen, but yeah.
Do you have...
Can I use that Andros in making Horus? Wait. Andros plus Tsukiyomi. I don't want to make Tsukiyomi. Ananta plus Queen Mab. Bugs plus White Rider. What makes White Rider? Lilim and Pisaka.
The inmate.
Who do I have on me?
Now choose.
None of them. Lilim and Pisaka.
You change your mind? You'd like to read the compendium? Read here. Is this your
Lilim
this persona? Then accept this persona.
and
If a fee is
Pisaka.
required, then accept this persona. The inmate. Let's execute. Now choose. You okay with select the skills you'd like to inherit?
Okay, and then that gets me White Rider plus Bugs gets me Tsukiyomi. Lullaby, Stagnus there.
It will receive
Kaja.
significant now for
Go ahead. Okay, so we did that. Cool. Okay, cool. And then White Rider plus Andros is Mitra. No. I want Bugs. Right? No, that should be Tsukiyomi.
Let us begin the search.
White Rider and Bugs should be Tsukiyomi. Okay. That's Mithra. Sword plus Queen Mab. Queen Mab. It's Arya and Isis.
Finished for you'd like to read the compendium. These are the paths you have walked.
Ananta and Matador.
This a fee is required. This is your power.
And Matador. I've made Matador. I know this is... Yeah, there we go.
Time for you wish to perform a fusion. Not terrible.
There's
Select the
Mob.
skills you'd like to inherit.
It will receive a great deal.
Yeah, go ahead.
See.
Okay. I think we're there. Question mark? Makara break. Cool. Agadine. Okay, cool. Map plus... Forest. What's that map? Isis? Okay, I was trying to make Athena, I think, and it was Queen Mab and Ananta. Okay. I am trying to get to Horus. Athena and Ananta. To get to Athena. Okay. We have Queen Mab, so no. Done. Done, done, done. We are doing Andres, not White Rider, Pale Rider. Ananta and Lilam. Okay.
Now choose. Finished for now. You'd like to read the compendium? Read here.
I can't do it.
Done already?
Not with what I got. Okay.
It is time, inmate.
Let's go back. We're done for the day. We can't even finish this stupid thing until I go and I convince everybody he can be beaten. We got a bunch of flowers, but we never saw Josie.
Ah, you're back.
He's invincible at his game, so he's invincible in Mementos at all. Then how about we just beat him at that game of his? Oh, but he'll just cheat. How about we ask for help from a skilled player? Supposedly there's an insanely good gamer they call the King somewhere in the city. I've seen all over the forums how he managed to beat this cheater himself with orthodox methods. I checked his account from the official server, but I couldn't pinpoint what arcade he goes to. Sorry. But if he's really that famous, won't it be easy to find him? If that's true. We should gather intel on King at the arcades around the city.
Let's get them.
Okay. Let's do some kindness.
Well then.
Let's do some more kindness. Go look at limited edition Featherman Fingers with me and nerd out. Let us ride to Nakano. We shall sally forth in the realm of true figurine geekdom. We'll commit. Well said. Then we'll go to Nakano tomorrow. I'll send you directions to read them. Oh, okay, cool. Ramen bars and a huge shopping complex. It's a joy to explore. Monday is the change of heart. Way better than the cheapos. The subtle facial expressions, even the little wrinkles on the clothes. One, it's so bad, but you kind of get sushi 10 times with that kind of money. Better start saving. Saving up, huh? I guess that's the safest way to do it, but how many years of allowance would I need? Fine, I guess I'll just have to settle for staring at it. Okay, next up. Wait a second. That guy's definitely bad news. I mean, I don't want to say he's Yakuza, but... Oh, hey, it's EY. Listen, let's just wait for him to leave. Don't make eye contact. He's not that scary. Well, look who it is. Yeep.
Yo.
Hey, didn't think I'd bump into you here. He's talking to us. We're dead. Who's the little lady? Basically my sister. Basically, huh? Sounds complicated. Still, not like I'm in a place to judge. You know this guy? He's my boss. Well, like, what? Like for a job? I guess you could say that. Wait, like that military store? Oh, you know it? Yeah, I mean, yes, sir. Relax, kid, I don't bite. What brings you here? Oh, me and the guys go way back. They distribute some of my wares here. Wares? What about that model gun in the second floor display case? Oh, huh. Yeah, that's probably one of ours. The level of detailing on that one is crazy. Like the barrel shape, even the metal texturing was perfect. That kind of authenticity is hard to find. Whoa, you know your stuff, little lady. You ought to drop by the shop sometime. I got plenty more models for someone who can appreciate them. Really? Yeah, really. See you around. He's kind of scary looking, but he seems like a nice guy. He is a nice guy. He's just trying to keep his son out of the Yakuza. Okay, I got evening now.
You're back.
Oh, it is Monday. Sunday. No, many are upset saying this long. Some even believe that Okumura has fled the country. Without knowing Mr. Okuma's whereabouts, it's difficult to know the end of the commotion. We can go EY. Yeah, let's go EY. Because we can sell our stuff. At the very least.
Yo. Okay. You should be grateful.
Yeah, that's like a random 63 grand.
Right. You must be scheming to do something. Come again.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go up here. Now that I can, we're gonna go to... Actually, let's go to Nakano. Oh, that's a place to go with somebody. Okay. We need the shopping district. Actually, I probably need the promenade, now that I think about it. Because I need to go to here. I want to sell. Okay. Yeah, it can RNG into good armor when you wash it. I also need to do this. Okay, we're sold out on the Awakening Incense, but that's what I needed. Something to get rid of. Okay. Okay, now we can go do airsoft. I've made my money. I found my money. I need you to handle some chores around the place today. No getting out of it. There's also something I want to talk about. Got time? Let's hang out. You little gun nerd.
Got a minute?
Alright, that's good for today. Oh, but there's something I want to talk to you about. There's that secret suit I mentioned, and more to it than my having been in the Yakuza. I just want to make sure you don't go saying something stupid if you run into Kaoru around here. Back when I was working with the Hashiba clan, some crazy lady came around our office. Must have been 10 years ago. She had this baby with her, and the whole time she was there, she kept going on about how she wanted to sell it. Figured she was just some cracked up junkie looking for junk money, but when I told her no, she sat the baby down and ran off. That baby was Kaoru. Thinking back on it, I'm still not really sure why I took him in. Not only did I have to leave the clan, but now I'm stuck running this shop I don't even like. Every day's an uphill battle. I still have managed to tell Kaoru I was in the Yakuza, though. Why not? Let me ask you something. How would you feel if you found out your parents were wrapped up in some dirty shit? That's how my mom was. She'd spend every night out drinking, running around the town with all sorts of guys. I couldn't stand to see her destroy herself like that. Often I wish I could have had someone else as my mom. So I didn't want to make Kaoru go through the same thing. I wanted to make sure he had a good childhood. That's why I left the clan. I did everything according to the code, but now Suda's dragging me back. Once he remembered I run this fake gun shop, he came by asking me to make custom models for him. Though he was really asking, the bastard forced me into it by... He wasn't really asking. The bastard forced me into it by threatening to tell Kaoru everything. Truth is, Suda's got all sorts of dirt. Not just on what happened when Kaoru was a baby, but on me and the rest of my family too. Who knows what had happened if Kaoru learned the truth. Suda isn't going to stop there, though. I'm sure he'll go on and tell everyone else he could. When it's all said and done, he's going to try and take everything I have. Before it gets out about my past, people are going to treat Kaoru like he's no different than me. After all, everyone knows shitty parents end up making shitty kids. And once he's got that stigma, he'll be stuck with it. When shit goes wrong, he'll always be the one to get blamed. And that's how it was with me. That's why I turned to the Yakuza, nobody else would accept me. That's also why I can't turn Suda down. He's got too much power. You're so kind. Don't give me that exaggerated bullcrap. I ain't kind at all. Anyways, I'm trying to stall Suda with bullshit prototypes while I figure out a way to stop him, but that bastard's real good at keeping his cards close to his chest. Plus, he caught wind of what I was trying to do and started keeping tabs on me 24/7. Thankfully, that's just about when you showed up, kid.
Sorry.
You probably don't want anything to do with me after that, huh? Don't make assumptions. It's cool if you want to act tough and all, but don't forget to watch out for yourself, kid. Oh, right. Just remembered I never gave you the reward for that info. You're right. How about I give you a discount on the special menu? That should keep you quiet for a while. Pretty good deal, huh? Now I can get a discount on the customization. Damn, it's late. Should be getting home. Kaoru's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He's probably gonna have another growth spurt soon. Anyway, I'm closing up for today. You should head home too. It's kindness I need to max out. I've got the guts.
Later.
Take it easy, kid. Hey, sorry about earlier. Didn't mean to get talking about that heavy shit. But I gotta protect that secret no matter what, for Kaoru's sake. You got this. Whoa there, you say that like it's got nothing to do with you. Too late for you to back out now. I'll be needing your help for the rest of this, understand? Right now. I still don't know what Suda's next move's gonna be. We gotta stay on guard 24/7. Don't want to get killed in your sleep, right? Alright, see ya. Found an awesome magazine. I'll bring it to the hideout. You have some time off tomorrow off for health and sports day, right? Definitely get your adrenaline pumping. I want to read it, but I'll wait till tomorrow. The coffee bar is kindness. Yes. Whenever I clean it, I get a point of kindness. If I work the flower shop, I get 2 points in kindness. This was the deadline, if I remember correctly. Futaba's down here in the shop. Okay. Oh, tomorrow. Tomorrow she is sold off. Oops. Oh, the alcohol bar. Yes, the alcohol bar. I screwed that up. Okay. Alright. Let's check Shibuya now that it's a new month. New month, new book releases.
Please, take your time.
Okay. Bah.
That's incredible.
Welcome.
Nothing new here.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do this.
Take a look around.
Start set. Ugh. Okay. Well, it's still well constructed, it's just a toy. Okay. So it's not this one. Akihabara, let's go to Electric Town. We can hit up the May Cafe. I think that's the May Cafe.
Hey, hey.
5 stamps, you can order off the special menu when you collect 20. Pass. This is the arcade. He's amazing. That's the king. Oh, I've heard of... He's just a little guy. He must still be in grade school. He's dual wielding? Yeah, he's playing 2 opponents all by himself. It's all too easy for him. Well, I guess that's that. What a monster.
What do you want?
Teach me some tricks? Sounds like too much work. Don't take it personal. I turn everyone down. Later. There's an invincible player. Invincible, huh? You mean the guy who cheats, right? He really makes me mad when he does that. But I can still beat him, so I don't really care. Just forget about him. I won't let bad guys win.
Uh-huh.
You sound like the Phantom Thieves. So you're saying you want to beat the cheater. You seem like a nice guy, but just let it go. Phantom Thieves are really cool, aren't they? You're a fan too? Have you ever met them? They came to my school. Oh, you mean at Shujin? Yeah, that was pretty awesome. But, teaching you how to play Gunbound won't be easy, and I won't get anything out of it. Let's make a deal. You're really persistent. I'm just a grade schooler, you know. How about this? I want to get to know the Phantom Thieves. It's probably impossible, but if you can help me do that, then I'll teach you how to play. What do you say? Is it a deal? I'll see what I can do. Wait, what? You're not going to say no? Well, if you really want that much, then I thought for sure you were just going to give up. I didn't see this coming. But Phantom Thieves hide their true identities, right? Are you sure I can get to know them? What's your name? Huh? You're going to tell them my name? My name's Shinya Oda. Tell the Phantom Thieves my name and have them posted somewhere only they'd be able to access. That'll be good enough as an autograph and proof that they know my name.
Hey! Hey!
Okay. Back streets. I think I need over here. No, it's right here. She's not here. We might have passed by her without even noticing. Okay. I fucked up and wasn't able to talk to Futaba. Let's go to the maid cafe.
Welcome home! Absolutely.
Sincere offer? Correct as you wish, Master.
Suspicious.
Could it be you're actually starting to like this place?
Here I go!
Sincerity on your own. What should I write?
Oh, sorry about that.
I messed up. I'm sorry, Master. I was trying to write the impermanence of all worldly matter.
What did you say?
Why did she pick that? Try my best. Would you please forgive me? It's fine. You're amazing. I love you so much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That sure was unique. Either way, I think you learned how to get people to like you. That was charm.
Oh, sorry about that.
I'm sorry for messing up today, but it's really nice to have a kind master. You get 5, leaving you with a total of 10 stamps. Okay. That was the amulet. Covered in ketchup.
Ah, you're back.
The state my father is in has put that on hold for the time being. We accomplished one of our goals. That doesn't mean my marriage has been called off, though. My father agreed to do so in that other world, but I'm not so sure now, given his current condition. So that too will be on hold until the change of heart. Well, sounds like we're totally in the clear. Yes, and it's all thanks to you guys.
Assuming it happens like it always does.
Okay. A seasonal skybound event. Sometimes I just immediately zone in and get it, and sometimes I have to sit there and stare at it for 30 minutes.
All right.
I see. Nice.
Okay, let's do this. Shinjuku, Crossroads.
Oh, honey.
Let's work.
Thank you.
Oh?
Okay. She takes off when you start working the bar.
It's all you.
All right.
Nice work, honey.
Get some money.
See you.
Yep.
Okay. Still working that kindness.
Wanna head back?
As you saw, yes. The alcohol bar's 2 points of kindness. I wish I had a... I keep forgetting to put nutrients in the plant. If I put nutrients in the plant, that's 3 points of kindness that don't take any time. Sorry for messaging y'all. It seems my father will be holding a press conference.
Finally had his change of heart. That has to at least lift some of the burden on Haru's shoulders.
For real? Congrats. When's that gonna be? 8 p.m. tonight. I wonder if he'll talk about the mental shutdowns. Where should we watch it? Why don't we get together beforehand? Sounds good. I don't have a reason for meeting up, but it's still my proof beneficial. How about we... Anyways, how does Shujin Academy rooftop sound? I actually happen to have some business up there. Sounds good to me. It's been ages since I was last there. If we talk about, make sure you come in through the front entrance. I'll see you there, all there after school.
He's still asleep at this point. He's definitely going to...
Yeah. Yusuke's been busy. You have no problems if you've been studying regularly. That aside, Kumura Foods has been a hot topic lately. This much media coverage must be worth at least 10 million yen. At first, I even thought that all of this outcry was some kind of elaborate marketing campaign. I guess that's giving him too much of a bad image to be that, though. Advertising and public image are far more important than anything else for a corporation. Are you familiar with the psychological test using these images? The idea is to give the two shapes names appropriate to their appearance. Singer-san.
You.
Booba and the other Kiki. Which name? Booba.
This is it.
The softer, rounder shapes are usually given softer names like Booba. Kiki is a very sharp sound and befits a pointy star like that. The sharp sounds like K and T are linked to a spiky image. According to one theory, sounds and shapes are preceded by the same area of brain. Its sense is the same worldwide. No matter the language, you get the same result.
Nice going.
Impresses an image on people before they even use or buy it. Big Bang Burger exemplifies this. The voice consonants and short symbols leave a strong imprint. Although with the news these days, it may evoke the image of the strong impressing the weak. Even the teachers have their eyes on Okumura. Well, he should have a change of heart, so there's nothing to worry about.
All right.
It's finally lunchtime.
Hey, can I speak with you for a moment? So about Dr. Maruki's counseling, you've already gone to see him, right?
Several times.
I see. That's good then. I'm sure you're aware, but Dr. Maruki's term here will be ending pretty soon. The higher-ups told me to make sure you've received adequate counseling. Be sure to visit him so you don't bring any unwanted attention to yourself, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Counseling, eh? But anyway, let's go get lunch. Bring on the bread.
You're...
Senpai, so nice to see you.
How's it going?
It's going wonderfully. Are you also about to eat lunch, Senpai? If it's all right with you, would you mind eating together?
Good idea.
Ah, how nice to see you two together.
Oh, would you like to join us for lunch, Dr. Maruki? We were just discussing eating together.
Are you sure? Well, maybe I will tag along then. Is that your lunch, Yoshizawa-san?
He is an athlete.
That doesn't really...
I have to eat this much to stay active. I always burn through everything I eat. From my point of view, it's your 2 lunches that are the issue here. If you're going to strengthen your body, you have to eat right. You should really work on your diets.
Touche. And you're right, yours does look nutritious. You know, you seem to be giving off a different vibe lately.
Yes, I was able to put my problems in the past and move on.
Ah, so that's what it is. You don't seem to be overexerting yourself either.
I'm sorry I'd worried you.
Oh, not at all. It's wonderful to hear how you've been. I must admit, I'm a bit surprised. If you don't mind my asking, was there some kind of reason for this breakthrough?
Well, it's all thanks to him and his acquaintances. I suppose you could say they gave me a reason to rethink things. Or, more like, a reason to stand up to my problems. Isn't that right, Senpai?
Yeah, that's right.
Stand up to your problems, eh? You've grown to be very strong, Yoshizawa-san.
Mm-hmm. I'm totally over it now. Sorry for talking so much. Why don't we focus on our lunches? Thanks for the food! Oh, I forgot. I have PE next. I should get going. Please excuse me.
Yoshizawa-san really does seem to have found her footing. She seemed absolutely tormented about her situation just the other day. I have to say, this drastic change has really knocked me for a loop. Perhaps the Phantom Thieves changed her heart?
I don't think so.
I was just joking. Looks like time's up. You should head back to class as well. See you around.
Maruki seems... it's weird. You want to meet up on the rooftop after school, yeah? Rooftop? What's this about? Oh yeah, you weren't there. Can you come to our school rooftop after your classes today? I don't quite understand what's going on, but sure. Is Haru at school? I'm heading over now. Things were a little hectic this morning. I'll be there before classes end for the day. That reminds me, your flower bed's on the rooftop. Flower bed? Yeah, that's right. The season's good, so I'm thinking of transplanting them sometime soon. Flowers are an excellent hobby. I will gladly assist. We'll help too. Really? Thanks. Alright, I'll see y'all after school. We're getting there.
So you're the one who grew these, Senpai?
You can just call me Haru. The seasons are changing soon, so I thought it'd be nice for the plants to change as well. This time, it's a Yusuke Kitagawa production.
All I did was add some, how do I put it, aesthetic simplicity by balancing the color placement. Furthermore, Haru chose the flowers herself. It will surely be a great bed no matter the arrangement.
I'm looking forward to it.
Why don't we plant you, Mona? Weren't you a shut-in until just recently? You'd better photosynthesize while you're here.
Well, let's get started.
Perhaps the Snapdragon should go 2 more millimeters to the left.
That's not gonna make a difference.
Hey, you know how we're thinking of the school festival as our celebration party? Anyone else think we should have a real celebration on top of that?
I must agree. It would be not only a celebration, but a welcoming as well. I'd like to do something among ourselves.
Let's do it then! A joint party to celebrate and to welcome Haru!
Oh, you don't have to do that. The school festival is more than enough. How is
No.
everyone else supposed to get excited if the star of the party's not into it? Well then, how about a night party?
There you go.
At Destinyland.
That's a bit much.
By Destinyland, do you mean that Kingdom of Dreams?
It would be a bit late, but there are some plans that allow us to rent out the park for the night.
The entire park? You're talking about the Destinyland, right?
Didn't you say you'd like to do something amongst ourselves?
I did, but
Hold on, I'll go check.
Really thinks like a celebrity.
The heck's she gonna check?
Guys, it looks like it will work.
We're really gonna have it at Destinyland? Not like one of the restaurants, but the entire park?
Even just for one night, the price is insane. Oh, that won't be a problem. We had originally booked it for a company party, then had to call it off because of the scandal. We'd barely get anything back if we cancel the reservation, so why not take advantage of it?
wouldn't that be oddly conspicuous, though?
It's still officially under the company's name. We needn't worry.
In that case, let's do this. We'll just celebrate twice as hard today.
I'm
Wow.
sorry for disrupting everyone. You did come to help me after all. Well, let's get back to it.
So, seriously, how much does it cost? For
Like-
real?
Seems like we'll be having our celebration at Destinyland tonight.
That was delicious.
The food was arranged on my plate as though it were paint on a canvas.
The staff brought out this table and food just for us, huh?
I thought if we were going to dine together, it would be better to do it somewhere with a view.
The VIP life is incredible! Not that I'd expect anything else from a private rental.
There really is no one else here.
We are the rulers of the Kingdom of Dreams.
Is this lighting just for our sake as well?
That's right.
Oh God.
It's beautiful.
It's not as beautiful as you.
Oh my God,
That's the
Futaba.
kind of stuff couples say, right?
Almost anyone would fall for that line in front of a site like this.
Lady On, this view is not as beautiful as...
Come on, you guys are getting way too excited about this stuff.
I love how he's wearing the bunny
You say
ears.
that like you're not tapping into your inner child too, Ryuji.
This is just because Futaba kept nagging me to put him on.
I did not.
You said something like that.
Fighting brings you
That's a
closer.
good way of putting it. I wonder if that has to do with where we are.
Oh, Yusuke.
My, this is so heartwarming.
Honestly, I would have liked to see the parade as well, but given how sudden the request was, they couldn't get enough staff together to do it.
Perhaps that will have to wait until next time.
Either way, this party's totally the best one so far. It's freaking amazing.
We went to an all-you-can-eat buffet, to hot pot in the attic, and then we did. What was the party with Makoto? Because An and Ryuji did the buffet with us. Then Yusuke joined us and we did hot pot in the attic. Then Makoto joined us and we did... something. Futaba joined us and we went to the beach. Then, actually, I think Makoto's was the fireworks festival that we got rained out. Then we did the beach with Futaba. And now we're doing Destinyland with Haru.
I'm glad to see you're enjoying it. Be careful, Haru. You've shown these guys what luxury means. This'll really raise the bar for our next celebration party.
You're already talking about our next party? Don't you think that's somewhat premature?
That party will be for me.
The
Still,
party will be for me.
how do I put this? I met Mona-chan. I got to know you all. Isn't everything going a little too perfectly? It's actually a bit frightening. You worry too much. I must just be overly cautious because of my circumstances up till recently. I'm sorry for
I mean,
bringing it
yeah.
up.
Hey, isn't it almost time? You know, for the press conference?
All right, Tig. It's time to see if you were right.
Father.
Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to gather here. Today, I'd like to elaborate upon the whole truth behind my company's labor situation. How my employees were forced to work under severe conditions. How lax we were with sanitation. And how my corporation acted as a whole to cover up every facet of this scandal. For all of this, I wholeheartedly apologize.
So are you saying
Spaceport agreed is close.
Yes, I am solely responsible.
We heard that dozens of your employees were forced to resign due to mysterious illness. Furthermore, these happen to be officials who stood against your proposal for overseas expansion. The same thing also happened to executives at competing companies who were looking to expand abroad. Is all of this true?
Yes.
Was it all coincidence?
No.
We'd like some answers.
About that, I have a critical piece of information to announce here today.
Here it comes. Okuma is going to say who's really behind the mental shutdowns.
I...
Okumura-san?
Father? Why did he collapse?
That didn't look right at all.
Don't tell me. Mona-chan, what's going on? No, that's impossible.
We did everything the same.
Followed all the same steps.
We've done this 5 times.
Too. I should call home.
This isn't our fault, is it? It's been okay all 4 times so far, ever since Kamoshida.
If we let the shadow live, the real person won't undergo mental shutdown, right?
Correct.
Oh, it should work.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
What's wrong?
This is the same. I remember now. It's just like what happened to my mom.
So this is the moment when mental shutdown occurs.
But why did they target Okumura-san?
To shut him up.
What the hell's going on here?
I have to go. I'll talk to the staff before I leave. Feel free to take your time.
Haru!
This ain't our fault, right?
I'd like to think so.
Some welcoming party, huh?
I'll get in contact.
Welcome! We killed your dad!
But for today, I think we should all return home.
It's been a while. What are you watching? That's...
This is just a hypothesis, but perhaps Okumura was bitten by his lapdog.
Are you implying that the Phantom Thieves triggered a sudden mental shutdown on Okumura?
There might have been a falling out of sorts, so the Phantom Thieves abandoned a useless employer, and to cover their tracks, they dealt with Okumura.
I hate to bring this up, but I'm actually here about that.
Did you find any evidence?
No. Actually, there's a chance that the party behind these aren't the Phantom Thieves, but someone else.
How do you mean? You were suspecting the Phantom Thieves as well.
It is still hypothetical at this point, but I don't want to rule it out.
We're searching the Okumura residence tomorrow. Same with Shujin and its principal. We will find evidence on this, no matter what it takes. By the way, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes?
You haven't looked at my laptop or taken files from it without my permission, have you?
That's quite out of the
Uh-oh.
There were traces that someone transferred data from it. It was only a small error pop-up, but I noticed it immediately after I had that argument with you last month.
And that's why you suspect me? Oh, please, give me a break.
Are you saying you didn't?
As a detective myself, I honor the value of information, as well as the effort invested in it. I take pride in what I do. I thought you, of all people, would understand such values, Sai-san.
I apologize. But then, who stole my data? I let my guard down. They're mine. I'm the one who will catch them.
Oh boy. She's getting fired up. So about Haru's dad, the news said it was a cardiac arrest. There's a chance he'll pull through, right? I hate to say this, but usually after such a report, the only thing that follows is a confirmation of death. Haru, why is this happening? Can someone die simply from having a mental shutdown? I don't know. I suppose it's possible that the shock could kill a person. Haru did mention how her father wasn't in the best of health. But for him to just up and die, this has got to be some kind of joke. Are we responsible for his death? But I thought it was supposed to be fine as long as we didn't kill the shadow. Ain't that what you said, Morgana?
It should have been.
He says it should have been okay. Yeah, there's no point getting mad at Mona for this. I heard the same thing too, you know. In any case, let's compose ourselves for now. We need to act normally in public, but keep Maru in our
This
minds.
doesn't make any sense. Why he suffered a mental shutdown is one thing, but what are we supposed to do from here on out?
We're gonna lose some popularity.
Hey, hey! Oh! Yes! Let's go to bed. No.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Save. Yes. Saving. Complete. Now we sleep. Gas, shock, amaze! The thing went wrong!
On your feet. Inmate.
Gods have spoken.
Welcome in, Mystery! Party of two! Your table's over here! Welcome in, everybody. I am Dissinger, Lord of Sloth, Cast streamer of the Diss of Metrovinius, roguelike, Soulsborne, so you name it, I play it. We are getting down on Persona 5. Welcome in, Mystery. It's a raid time! Raid time!
Our master has an important matter to discuss with you. Heed his words well.
Yes! There was an important step that was failed because we didn't watch him go. We assumed he'd leave.
First, I'd like to congratulate you for expelling the one proud of their greed.
he wasn't penultimate, but he's the second hardest boss in the game. Easily, hands down, the second hardest boss in the game.
Or so I'd like to say, but something odd seems to have happened.
The penultimate boss is the Reaper, which we will go and do eventually, but I need some more levels and better personas to fight. What happened?
Who knows? However, don't you sense it? The malicious will of another? It seems a contingency has occurred. At this rate, your rehabilitation cannot be completed, though I doubt that will be the case. I truly look forward to seeing how you overcome this predicament.
We're at rank 9 of the pool. We're almost there. Yes, do your post-stream self-care. I'll take care of the troops while you're away.
We shall meet again.
Time's up, inmate. Hurry up and return to your world.
There's the bell. Post-stream self-care is very important. Yeah, we lost a bit. Vote no on murder.
Is that true?
He collapsed during his press conference. I wish I'd been watching when it happened. You're probably better off. It was a total disaster. I never imagined seeing a heart attack would be so unsettling. The news say it was because of illness, but either way you spin it, still bizarre. Wish I'd seen it live.
Listen this time, okay?
Proletarian literature, that is literature written by the cooking class. Did you see that interview? He really looked like he was in pain. That was sick. Will you quiet down? We're in class right now. Not to mention you have midterms starting Monday. Focus on studying. Okay. We got the midterms starting Monday. So we've got a couple of days left and then we got to get through. It seems the police have shown up at our school. The police? What for? Your sister hasn't told you about any of this. Nothing at all. Could this be related to Okumura's death in some way? But there's no connection between our school and Okumura Foods. Think they came to talk to Aro? She's absent today. Then seriously, what are they here for? Can't even begin to fathom it. Anyhow, let's be particularly careful not to stand out and head straight home when school ends. Understand that, everyone?
We haven't found anything useful as evidence.
I see.
We're hoping to find something more than the calling card, too.
Yes, I'm gonna have to... His term is ending soon. By the end of the next palace, he will be gone. So I am going to have to focus on... getting him up as high as possible before he leaves, because I don't know where he goes afterwards or if he's even still available.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Speaking? Huh? They found a calling card in the principal's office, too.
Yes. I'm sorry to ask again, but your father hadn't said anything about the Phantom Thieves, correct?
That's right.
He immediately called the cops.
Please contact me if something catches your attention. It doesn't matter how trivial it seems. You don't have to force yourself, though. Just anything that comes to mind.
The principal? No one told me about that.
Here we go. It's not a heist film until there's a triple cross on the table. We're coming to the triple cross.
So basically, your group didn't go after Okumura's life. And even the death of Shujin's principal, who we found a calling card for, was the work of another. You don't sound like you're lying. If you wanted to deceive me, you could have easily woven up a much simpler lie than this metaverse. Moreover, your account coincides with my own investigation. Is that even possible if it were made up?
We didn't even know the beats that you had found on your investigation, and we were already providing supporting evidence for everything you discovered, so...
And I hate to admit, but with my line of work, I know a false testimony when I hear one.
At the very least, you believe what you're saying. So you're either insane or this is true.
Still, if you set your sights on Okumura based on my intel, it'd be before his name was even ranked. You could have ignored him and targeted some other famous person. Why would you go so far as to further investigate and pursue this criminal?
My teammate was in danger.
Simple enough. There's still no proof that another suspect exists. That said, it's safe enough to say that you aren't the murdering type.
We're up to 4? 5? 5. We're halfway there. Oh. We have to get her to 10.
Subsequent deaths of Okumura and Shujin's principal, the public's opinion changed. Pressed to prove your innocence, your next objective was... What's the matter? Is it a side effect? What in the world did the police inject into you? Hey, can you hear me? You need to stay focused. Don't scare me like that. If what you're saying is true, you must tell your side of the story to the end.
And we're almost at the end of the story. Like, we've almost caught up. The next palace ends in this room.
We'll both be in trouble if your testimony becomes unreliable. Well then, let's move on. At last we arrive at your most recent crime. You know what I mean, don't you? This calling card was delivered to your latest target, the one you had decided would prove your innocence. It was addressed to Sae Nijima, myself. Now, explain everything to me.
Why her? I know why they targeted her, but that's the shocker. That's part of the twist. Is that Sai had a palace and we were going after her. No luck here. Me neither. She won't pick up. She doesn't look like she's seen any of her chats either. I'm worried about her.
Hey.
Let's see.
What do you want to do?
Okay. Yep. We'll have her make it.
Make sure you close up.
Okay. I don't mind. It still work. I'll head over, just change. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if you guys caught it, but she's being blackmailed by the caretakers of a former student. She was helping the student to get better, and then she got yelled at by the administration because they wanted her to cut the cord and let him sink so they could kick him out of the school. The fact that he was doing better, the school didn't care. They wanted him gone. They didn't want to deal with him anymore. And so Sai eventually cut the cord, and he got hit by a car later on that day. And so it looked like he committed suicide based off of what she said. So the parental guardians of the kid have been blackmailing her ever since. And she only barely got the job at Shujin. So we just beat... So we just beat the 5th palace. We have the 6th palace coming up. It's got the major plot twist. Then we have a 7th palace, an 8th palace, and a 9th palace, I found out. Is that there's one more palace. We kind of got a glimpse at it earlier. Very briefly. So we're almost 2/3 of the way through the game now. Yeah, we're starting to lose. Discoon? I apologize for counting down. So I thought there's something I need to tell you. What's the matter? There's actually something that's caught my attention. I think we need to discuss it with everyone, though. We should meet at the hideout after
like
school.
Haru was managing. Somehow. Alright. Let's meet up with everyone after school.
My first name is Diss, and my last name is Singer. So, Dissinger. So, everybody calls me Diskun, Dis-senpai, Dis-sama, Dis-san.
With this, preparations are finally in place. The public has praised them as allies of justice before they strike them back to the ground. Now then, she'll be next. Yes, I've already spoken to Human Resources about it. It will be a heavy responsibility, but I'm certain it'd be an honor for her. The culprits behind the mental shutdown cases she's been pursuing all this time. Indeed. They'll become the criminals we've set them up to be, just as you instructed.
It's so damn loud.
Where's Haru?
She's the one that called us, so she'll show up eventually.
Well, even though things have calmed down, she must be occupied with what happened to her father. Wait, what?
What's up?
People are posting that we killed President Okumura!
So it's begun already.
This is why you can't go based off of public opinion, because it's fickle, and it's... If you know how to wield it, it's a deadly force.
What? Think about it. The CEO collapsed the way he did during an apology conference that our group caused.
Still! You were raving about us so much, and now they just treat us like murderers?
What a lightning-fast change of attitude.
They don't know a damn thing about our situation.
Calm down. Not everyone is necessarily saying that.
But there's no way to vindicate ourselves.
Haru!
I'm sorry I'm late. I'm the one who asked you all to make time for me, too. My condolences. Must be rough. I'm okay now. I called everyone together because there was something worrying me. Did you all target the principal?
No.
Huh? The principal? You mean ours?
Yes. What makes you say that? Yesterday, a public prosecutor came to my home. It was a woman named Nijima-san.
That's...
I overheard her saying a calling card was found in the principal's office. Considering that this was right after what happened, it's got to be Shujin's.
It's the first I've heard of it!
Doesn't this all seem weird to you? It may just be my imagination, but I feel as if things are escalating far too quickly after President Okumura's incident.
What do you mean?
Perhaps we may have been set up by the real culprit.
For real?
That could be.
If they hack the website data and they pumped the numbers.
Hold a moment. Can we assume we've been set up, though? We don't even know their objective.
What else are we supposed to do then?
Let's all calm down for a moment. From what Haru said, even the police are suspecting that the Phantom Thieves are murderers. It wouldn't be wise to carelessly make a move at the moment. We need to act as normal students for now. In addition, we have midterms next week.
Exams? At a time like this?
I envy you, Futaba. Futaba?
Got something on my mind. Gonna go home and look into it.
I wonder what that could be. At any rate, we need to behave and not draw attention to ourselves. Understood?
Don't got much choice. Futaba's homeschooled. She doesn't have to go to school because she was a shut-in for so long. She was homeschooled by Sojiro. She pretty much finished all of the courses for her school year like months ago. So she doesn't have any testing or anything she has to do. She basically challenged it all and passed. So she doesn't have any responsibility to go to school. The rest of the group does.
For real?
This is ridiculous. Why are people downing the Phantom Thieves over what happened to President Kumara? They'd never do such a thing, isn't that right? Absolutely. Yeah, I trust them. Anyway, it seems like everyone's forgotten that all they've done up to this point. That won't stop me, though. I'll continue cheering them on. Make sure you tell them that. We'll see you later.
He's a bit narrow-sighted, but he's a good person deep down. We can't betray him. Okay.
I don't even know what that part is. Just be careful. I see. So all computers are essentially made up of different components that are assembled.
What are your thoughts?
Then again, the damage wasn't too bad to begin with. We're already at max proficiency. We've maxed everything but kindness. Shady Commodities Tanaka. I repeat, I'm Shady Commodities Tanaka. We are to sell wonderful and rare items that are us. Okay. It went just as... Was it continue to do that? So it's an online shopping site? Either way, it certainly got my attention. Let's check it out when we have some time. Yeah, we're losing popularity. Sorry for worrying all of you. I won't be able to respond for a little while longer. You don't need to mind us. More importantly, are you doing alright? I'm okay. I'm more worried about the people at the company, to be honest. It seems everyone's having difficulty with not only clients, but the press as well. They're even handling the preparations for my father's funeral. I just feel so guilty that I'm unable to help out at all. You shouldn't. Everyone understands this is a trying time for you. And we're here if you need... If anything happens. I know, I'll get in touch once things settle down. We'll be waiting. Thanks, talk to you later.
Worrying about others even at a time like this.
I bet they killed Okumura to make an example. Why else would they kill him during a press conference? I read somewhere that Okumura raised his daughter alone. Maybe he wasn't a great manager, but as a parent I feel for him. Murdering someone to make a point is textbook terrorism. Like Shido and that Akenshi kids say, the Phantom Thieves are a menace. Who on earth set us up? Does anyone have any ideas? Of course not. If I were to guess, I would say the culprit behind the shutdowns. Wait, how do we even know we got set up to begin with? They found a calling card in Principal Kobayakawa's office. Someone else had to have planted that, obviously. In a worst case scenario, it's possible they know our identities. This is bad, guys. Yes, our state of affairs is looking quite bleak. Let's prove our innocence. How are we going to do that, though? It looks like our only choice right now may be to find the true culprit. Although we don't have any leads. Why's this got to happen to us? I know it's been tough with what happened to Kumaro, but this is a perfect time for a similar change of heart to restore your... Anyway, here's info I have. It's true this one works as an assassin hiding out in Shibuya Underground. He acts like a homeless person during the day when he goes about his work at night. He hasn't left any trace of his identity. Sounds dangerous. Right? I can't breathe easy knowing he's out there. Well, according to rumors, he's Yohei Kiritani. Ugh. Oh, and we have to meet up with Haru before we can go in.
Do you like the rain?
Looks like it's raining today. If you're feeling down, it's probably the weather's fault. Oh, do you have time? Yeah.
It's open. Be careful.
Okay, I think that's rank 8 coming up. And if I play it right, I can go into rank 9, 10 before the end of 6. Can't do that. I need more. Let's go work Crossroads. Come on, Lala.
Thank you.
Oh?
Okay.
It's all you.
Good luck.
Nice work, honey.
All right.
See you.
Yep. Wanna head back?
All right. Yeah.
This sucks.
I wonder when Okumura-san will start coming back to school. You know, the funeral soon. Must be tough organizing the funeral for a bigwig CEO. Okumura-san's pretty quiet. Do you think she's okay? Hard to believe the dad of such a nice girl could be so evil. I didn't expect this from the Phantom Thieves. That's a full-blown public execution. They're just calling us a bunch of murderers. All the celebrities who support us are being criticized now too. It's all going up in flames. Yeah. People are posting about this stuff everywhere. Well, there was a... So, our last target was the CEO of basically this game's version of McDonald's. And he was in the middle of a press conference when he had a heart attack and died. So it looks like the Phantom Thieves made him die. They killed him. Anyone who supported us did so honestly. There must have been many who went along with the winning side. I get mixed feelings about this when you put it that way. It does make me rethink a lot of things. That aside, we need to deal with our situation first. Our state of affairs continues to worsen. We can't just sit back and watch this happen. Still, we can't make a move when we don't have any leads. What are we supposed to do then? Right around when your exams end will be the perfect timing. For what? Just don't worry about it. Anyway, just wait and see what happens. For the time being, let's discuss things for after exams end. No way I can focus on exams like this. Can you ever?
Hey, are you listening?
Murderous intent. Is he a ninja? Whatever. Moving on. I've already got max charm. Charm was the first one I had got max, then guts, then proficiency, then knowledge. Now I'm working on kindness, so that way I can finish everyone out. Soon we won't be able to talk like this anymore. Thanks for helping the other day. You really opened my eyes. Do you think I can ask some more of your time? Let's do it. Okay. Come on. In you go.
Well, shall we begin?
The Phantom Thieves? The ones who steal the desires of criminals and reportedly force them to confess. Maybe it's a little hard to believe, but I guess I've taken an academic interest in them. You really are dedicated. I don't know about that, it's just a gut feeling I have, but I get the feeling the Phantom Thieves' work and my own research are rooted in the same principles. That's why I've decided to analyze them from my own perspective. For example, there's the matter of their methods. According to those calling cards they send out, their stated method is to steal your desires. How is such a feat any possible? As in removing them? Removing them, as if they're something material rather than abstract. So they'd be stealing desires by taking some tangible form of them. Well, in that case, I suppose that'd be possible if you could find some physical proxy for human desires. Do you remember that story with the cookies? In that experiment, the desire for the cookies actually changed the way people tasted them. I think we can look at this in the same way. They're not something easily perceived, but desires have a tremendous effect on our cognition. Put it another way, if that desire is gone, your cognitive perception of the cookies skews back to normal. So does that remind you of anything? The change of heart?
Right.
That's right. The Phantom Thieves' own change of heart. That's the basis of my theory. Their theft of desire is not a metaphorical, but something more direct. We still don't know exactly how they steal these desires, of course, but if the idea of physical, tangible desires can be actualized, I think it logically follows that they can be taken away. In the world of intangibles, let's say a world composed of the contents of people's hearts, well, they're thieves, so if they could perceive a world like that, they could steal desires like any other treasure. Hey, Singer-kun, you think I'm getting anywhere here? It's intriguing. You think so too? If it's actually anywhere close to the truth, it'd be incredible. Then again, we'd probably never know for sure unless we could ask one of the thieves themselves. Huh. I think I can construct a solid hypothesis now. It feels like I'm just one step away from finishing this paper.
Thank you.
Thank you. This should be 8? 7. Okay. And I got 8 points during that.
All right. Well,
Phantom wafers. Okay. So we got 8 points off of that. I should be close again to being able to just do it again if not. Let's do a catchy. Are you much for arcades? Yes. Yes, I am.
Hi.
What do you want to do?
Let's hang out. Excellent. If we're going, I'd like to try that battling thing. There's a game center around here. Let's get going. Hi, Bubba.
Sorry to bother you.
I was out here gathering intel and I noticed some patrons playing this. Did a bit of research. Apparently it's a pretty hardcore shooter. Do you normally play games like these? I'm not great at them. Well, that should even the playing field. I'm not much for video games myself, so I guess I'm in the same boat. Damn, that's some accuracy. That guy with the brown hair isn't wasting a single shot. Glasses isn't doing bad either, but he's definitely losing ground. Whew, my fingers are going to be sore tomorrow. What a realistic game. Are you used to gunplay? Ah, you noticed. Well, I'll need as much practice as I can get if I'm going to take you out. Only a joke. I'm new to this, I'm afraid. Perhaps we'll chalk it up to beginner's luck? Still, I did feel a bit nostalgic. I had a toy gun like this when I was young, you know. All of this reminded me of running around the house with it, playing hero. You wanted to be a hero?
I don't know that
I'm not totally certain, but thinking back, I suppose I must have. But there are different kinds of heroes, of course, different stances they define by themselves. For example, one may stick to the vision and justice they believe in, even if others deny it, while another may simply do as others desire them, seeking to be recognized and gratified as a hero. Right? Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. So which of these two fits your conception of a hero? Sticking to your justice. I had a feeling you'd say that. But if nobody else wants the justice they fight for, isn't that just blind self-righteousness?
I apologize.
Ah, sorry, I suppose that was a strange tangent. Pardon me. Yep, this is good old Podrick. I thought. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom nom. Look at you, you are so cute. Nom 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 nom.
All right.
Okay. Goodness, I worked up a sweat playing that game. I must smell like the arcade now. I could use a shower. Why don't we call it a day?
We will meet again.
See you soon. Well, I want to express gratitude. Quite fun. I don't play these games too often, so I honestly wasn't sure how well I'd do. Hopefully I didn't come off as too much of a novice. I wish I played better. You did fine. Huh, really? I'm honored you think so. I suppose I've always been quick to grasp the fundamentals of anything, but that's also been a concern for me. There's this constant pressure. Everyone expects me to be capable of anything, which is stressful in and of itself. Still, games are rather fun and was quite a novel experience. Usually I just read in my leisure time. It offered more realism than I expected, and I was impressed by how immersive it felt. Usually I really struggle with enjoying the same pastimes as my peer, but thanks to you I had fun today. I hope you can join me again if you get the chance. Now I'll talk to you later. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. We'll get through testing, and then we'll call it there for the night. Now that the funeral's over, I feel like a small burden's been lifted from my shoulders. This must be tough. It is, but I'm okay. I actually feel bad having everyone worry about me. How about you? Are you doing okay? I'm managing. You sure are strong. I'll come back. Don't worry. I think I'll be able to rejoin everyone when exams end. Well, see ya. I'm gonna try to be on more this week. We'll see where I'm at. I've been doing a lot of office hours, trying to learn a different system so that way I can be cross-trained, because my current system, one of the clients has kind of backed away from us. They don't want us handling the stuff for right now. It's a long story. We may get them back soon. We may get them back a lot later, but it's going to take a little bit of time.
She's the one who should be in pain right now. Yet she's still trying to cheer us up.
So that's why I've been so tired recently, is I've been getting up super early in the morning and staying up all day.
Nice.
Yeah, it's basically shifting from a night to a day. Let's see. Okay, Prison Master's a 9, Morgana's a 9, Yusuke's a 3. The Twin Wardens are a 9. Fumitogo's a 5. Nijima's a 5. Takuda Maruki's a 7. We need to get him higher. Okay. Okay, so really... Yusuke would be a good one. Oh, right. We do have to talk to Futaba about Gun Kid. You are correct. Maybe she's in LeBlanc? Or around LeBlanc? Where is she? There she is. You found the king? No surprise there. So did he tell you how to take down that traitor? He's going to on one condition. He wants us to introduce him to the Phantom Thieves. We can't just give ourselves away, though. That's where you come in. Maybe you could hack into the Gunabout server and do something? But we won't be able to get in touch with them that way. We could leave him a calling card. What are we going to steal? Oh, how about the homepage? I already hacked into it, so it's as good as stolen. Okay, I'll write a calling call saying that we're about to steal the Gunabout homepage, and then after that you'll need to leave evidence that the Phantom Thieves hacked into it. The king will have no choice but to believe it was really us. Sounds like fun. I'll put our logo smack dab at the top of the front page. Perfect, we'll go see the king. Oh, and we'll let you know before we talk to him, so wait for our word to start the hacking. You can count on me. What is this? This is Sunday? Yeah.
Hey.
Go ahead. Okay, hacking in now.
Any progress with the Phantom Thief? Calling card? Huh? Ah, there's something written on it. Thanks for your support. Please help those in need. This is a promise to you from the Phantom Thief. We're going to post a secret message just for you on the game's official website. Oh, is this for real? I mean, you can probably just buy one of these cards at the store. The official Gunabout website? Whoa! The mark of the Phantom Thieves! They hacked the site! Just like they did on Midget's site. Which means you were able to contact the real Phantom Thieves. No way! How'd you do it?
Through a bulletin board.
Huh? That's all you had to do? Oh, right. That way their true identities stay hidden. Wow, I can't believe they sent me a message. I wasn't expecting much from you, but you're actually pretty cool. I wish I was able to talk with them or something, though. But you fulfilled your part of the deal, so I'll teach you how to shoot. Once you stop them from moving, you gotta hit their weak point right away. You should be able to inflict a lot of damage to the cheater this way. Let's get started. Come on, you gotta aim. No, you're just stopping their movement by doing that. Ugh, are you taking this seriously? You gotta focus on your second shot.
He's almost like a different person when he gets mad. His instructions are precise, but also Spartan-like.
King swearing up a storm today.
Yeah, that's what happens when he teams up with another player. And why everyone also watches him from a distance.
Alright, looks like you kinda got the hang of it. I think you'll be able to beat that cheater now. I have a bad habit of swearing when I get all worked up. Sorry.
You're
But I
fine.
think you have a lot of potential. More than most people. If you want, I can teach you a few other moves too. I have the ultimate trump card. So tell me more about the Phantom Thieves.
It's a deal. His whole line is about guns. He makes your guns more efficient, gives you more ammo, etc., etc.
According to the reports, it seems your skill at handling a gun is quite impressive. Either you taught yourself, or you had a capable coach by your side.
This is future. We're almost there. We're almost to this point.
Handle a gun.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast acquired a new vow. It shall become the wings of rebellion that breaketh thy chains of captivity. With the birth of the tower persona, I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and new power.
Downshot allows you to knock down an enemy with a special shot once per infiltration.
It's earlier than usual today. I gotta go. See you later.
Oh, kindness. Hey, we did it. Maxed out all stats. I can ignore all stats increases, and I can actually finish. I can actually finish Sotro. I'm so glad I caught you. Hey, we should exchange IDs. It's not like I'm here every day, so. Sure. There, got it. I'll hit you up when I have time to train you in gun and bout.
Bye.
See you later, sing a song. Okay.
You're back.
And now he has an in with the Phantom Thieves. Yep. But I think I'm gonna go back to school starting tomorrow. I'm sorry for worrying all of you till now. You're okay. Be sure not to push yourself too hard in this time of grief. No, I actually need to push myself. My mind always wanders if I have nothing to do. Yeah, I totally get you. Besides, there's nothing I can do while I'm at home. Well, I do know how to put it, but try not to think about that stuff too much. We're on your side, Haru. Yeah, right? Calm down there, Missy. To be completely honest, when I ended up alone, I did doubt y'all a tiny bit. But it's so horrible for me to doubt you. I mean, I'm the one who asked y'all to do this. Your father just passed away, Haru. It's not true to feel a flood of emotions at such events. Yeah, it's really hard when you lose someone like that. But I'm okay now. You've all helped me out so much. Right back at ya. Thank you. These words are truly reassuring. Well then, I'll see you all of you at school.
Still, despite how she looks...
Okay. Oh, it is Sunday, so let's see. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm helping him out. Well, I guess there's no point in worrying. Help me clean up. I can finally finish this story. What's wrong? It's not like you came here this late. Look, Sojiro. Uncle's bank info, transaction history, credit details. I got tons of dirt on him. How'd you get your hands on this stuff? Hacking, of course. Uncle's in loads of debt. He'll never win a suit against us now that we have all of this data. It's a criminal offense, you idiot. There's no way we'd be able to use this stuff in court. But
Jeez.
I've known all along how badly in debt he is. He's not going to try and take custody back, so don't do anything. Don't go doing stupid crap like this, okay? But Sojiro, I only did it because of all that stuff he said to you. About that, I've been thinking, when push came to shove, I wasn't there to help you. So, you know, maybe there's somewhere better for you out there. Somewhere better? Am I not supposed to be here? Am I just in the way? No, that's not it. You don't want me either, Sojiro? That's not what I meant. I just think it might be better for your own sake. Fine, I still have Dis and Mona and all the others. You can just stay here and play with your stupid coffee beans. She likes you guys way more than she likes me. Makes sense though, you're the ones who saved her after all. Where did I go wrong? I really did try to care for Futaba. Look at what that got me though. I told myself she was the reason I kept making Wakaba's curry here, but deep down I think that was just an excuse to stay distant. At the end of the day, the coffee and the curry people love so much are both just excuses. That's not true. But I mean, I spent more time in this cafe than I ever did trying to talk to Futaba. I'm gonna go out for a smoke, try to cool off for a bit. Sorry to lay this on you, but can you go after Futaba for me? I should head upstairs. Dis? You want to talk? Yeah, thanks. You know, Mom used to talk about Sojiro tons when I was little. How good he was at making curry, how interesting it was to talk to you. I remember everything. I remember how she smiled when she talked about him. Mom really liked Sojiro. I said some real mean stuff tonight. It's not his fault Mom's incident happened. It's not his fault I shut myself away from the world. And because of me, Sojiro lost a crap ton of money. I just thought I'd be able to stay here with him if my hacking worked. Let's talk to him. Yeah, you're right. Can I come in? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Sojiro, Look, I'm sorry about what I said just now. Well, if it's okay with you, I want you to stay here forever. Forever. I know it might be more fun living with people your age like this, but I'll do my damnedest to see things from your perspective. Will you stay with me? Oh god. I am not ready for that. Was that supposed to be some kind of proposal? Hey, quit your laughing. You're as exhausting as ever. Hey, Sojiro. I know I've caused you a lot of trouble, but I really do want to be here, so let's keep living together. Futaba. Sorry for not saying that, Stu. Oh, and thanks for taking in someone as horrible as me. Are you sure I'm good enough? I wouldn't want anyone else. No hesitation. Don't come complaining to me if you regret it. Actually, I'm not gonna let you regret it. But if you ever need help, just tell me. I might not be graceful, but I'll be there to protect you. And you can stay with me for as long as you'd like. Forever if you want. Mm-hmm. I will. Forever. I can't wait to keep sorta living with you too, Dis. It's almost time for the live stream. The director's gonna be on this week. I'm out of here. Bye! I was such a fool. My whole life, I've taken the easy way out to avoid these kinds of conflicts. I didn't stand up for Wakaba when I knew something was off, and I didn't stand up for you either. What? Instead, I went on and on about how you can't fight back against the laws of our society, how you should just accept the hand you're dealt in life. But those were mere excuses I made to keep myself in line. They gave me the easy way out I wanted so badly. Maybe instead of all that coffee crap, I should have been teaching you not to make the same mistake I did. There I go, ranting again, but I feel like I managed to put a lot behind me today. Thanks for making me realize what's really important in life. We're up to 7.
All right.
We just need to push this higher. I've built up a lot on him, so I should be able to steamroll his back end. Better head home too. Don't stay up too late, okay? I don't want you oversleeping. Why does it give you kindness if you need max kindness? In order to have this conversation, you need max kindness. Hey, you good to talk? I talked to Futaba again after that. Don't know how it took me so long when we've been so close, but I finally had an honest conversation with her. How do I say this? It feels like we're a real family now, not just pretending to be one. And that's only because you helped us connect, so thanks for that. You're welcome. Heh, guess I owe you one for change. Heh, what am I doing? Calling some guy up and rambling about my feelings? But I guess you're not exactly an ordinary guy yourself. Alright, I'm hanging up while I still got some dignity. See you tomorrow. Time for the finals. I really should have started studying sooner. At least the school festival soon. It's the thing I'm looking forward to the most right now. Yeah, but are they still gonna hold it? It might get canceled. Don't say that. You're bumming me out before the exams. Things are bad as is. If they cancel the festival, the students will riot.
Phantom Thieves have gone off the deep end, don't you think? I thought they were gonna change that CEO's heart, but they ended up killing him instead.
Haven't people been saying they killed Principal Kobayakawa too? I thought they were bad, but I never expected they'd turn out to be murderers.
Oh man, does this mean anyone who gets targeted is screwed?
Quiet down. I'll now be handing out your exam booklets.
Here we go.
Well, shall we begin?
Let's the first day of exams begin. Counting both black and white surfaces. Oh shit.
Ooh, we can do this.
Okay, we got it. Provide an explanation for why a soccer ball is only composed of the colors black and white. Soccer balls used to be different. Used to be one color, but that wouldn't really grab your eye. Oh yeah, I remember. I think she said that unlike now, soccer games were broadcasted with black and white picture. A single color ball would be hard to spot in black and white, so they changed the color of the ball to make it easily identifiable on TV. You finished in time. Put down your pencils and hand in your test booklets. God, I remember the stupid high school exit exams.
You're still rooting for the Phantom Thieves? You know they're murderers, right? That doesn't mean that criminals should be...
One was an essay question.
Still, couldn't they have at least left the principal to the police? And I mean, did you see that press conference? No way Allies of Justice would do that.
I wonder if Akechi-kun has been right all along.
He's so admirable, sticking to his guns even though so many people were against him.
That's enough. If you don't quiet down, I'll have to ask you to leave. Now, everyone.
Second day of exams. Let's start. Who conducted executions? It wasn't Guillotine. It was Sanson was the one who conducted the executions. Charles Henry Sanson did the executions. Guillotine made the guillotine.
Ooh, we can do this.
He did over 2,800 of them. What's the reason that most people cannot become a common fission of Nagarasawa? It's a hereditary profession. You have to be born into it. And you're part of the Imperial House.
The Phantom Thieves have gotta be students here, right? I mean, they killed our principal. Isn't this insane? There are murderers among us.
Now that you mention it, there was a guy in Shibuya who told me he's a Phantom Thief the other day.
For real? You gotta report that.
Oh crap, you think so? I snapped a pic, so I should probably put it online just in case. I hope the cops catch him.
Time for the English lessons.
Okay, class, let's get started.
Robot, slave labor.
Ooh, we can do this!
Robota was about slave labor. Which of the following describes the density of stars in outer space? 3 Bs in all of Europe. Space is not very dense. Okay. Last day of exams. I can't wait to see your score. Oh, the last day is based off of my actual knowledge. So up until then, my answers have been affecting where I place, but your knowledge also affects it. And since my knowledge has been capped, I'm going to get number 1.
Yeah, seems like it's for real this time. Apparently one of our students is a Phantom Thief. Seriously? I read the same thing online. Apparently public security is already on the move.
It's me. There's something I want to talk to everyone about. Be at the hideout. I mean our place. Is that it?
Welcome.
Ah, you're the 3rd year Okumura-san, correct? It's good to see you. Please have a seat. Are you okay?
Huh?
Yes. I'm sorry. I did come here because I wanted to, but I'm not exactly adept at saying what's on my mind. Oh, that's perfectly fine. I'm not all that great at chatting with people either.
Excuse me?
Oh? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that. How about some snacks? No need to be modest here.
My thanks.
Thank you. I'm alright, though. Must be pretty weird, right? I came here for counseling, but I can't seem to say anything. It's not weird in the least. Just take your time. We'll go at whatever pace you need. And if you still don't feel comfortable by the end of our time, well, just have some tea and head on home for the day. I do enjoy tea time. Perhaps I'll feel more relaxed if I think of this all in that way.
Quite.
Absolutely. Nobody's going to de-stress if they come in here all worked up like, I have to talk right now! Thinking of this as just sneaking away to relax with some tea would probably help you feel more open. Relaxing with some tea. I do that quite often, but on my own. Do you find it more relaxing?
Yes.
When people closest to me in my the people closest to me in my life, they don't really feel like people I could sit and enjoy some tea with. Even my family is always focused solely on work.
I see.
So was mealtime essentially the same setup as team time?
Yes.
Meals were actually ate together were almost always uptight dinners at work-related events.
I see.
I've never been able to upscale social events, so I'm not sure if I should ask this, but well, didn't you ever feel lonely? Lonely? Yes, I think so. If I were given the chance, I would only wanted to spend more time with my family. Why don't we call it a day for now? Feel free to stop by again, anytime you like. Oh, yes, I do apologize. It seems like I extended this tea time much longer than I had intended. No problem at all. If anything, I'm happy to hear it. I'll make sure to pick up snacks that pair well with tea. There's still some time until we meet, though, so I'm gonna go take care of my flowers first. See you later.
Plants do need watering. Oh, I know. You should. How troubling.
You want some help?
Oh, have you come up here to assist me? You, heard that, didn't you? I'm not worried about the garden, in case you were wondering. It's just, so much has happened to me lately.
Any way I can help?
Well, perhaps I could share this with you. I mean, it would be nice to have someone who is aware of my current situation in life. The source of my worries is my father's company. Dealing with the aftermath has been difficult. Given how unexpected the accident was, my father didn't have a will. All of his stocks transferred to me. Which means suddenly, I'm the biggest shareholder in a company of over 1,000 employees. But I don't know the first thing about business direction or fund management.
Are you gonna be okay?
I am. Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you. It's just, I know I'm the president's daughter, but I never thought I'd actually end up involved in company business. Because of that, lately I've been meeting with all the various officers and lawyers my father employed. They've been giving me advice on all the things I'm not entirely sure about. Assets, stocks. It's clear some people only want to get on my good side, though. I don't know who I can trust. They try to sound comforting by saying things like, "Don't worry," or "Leave it to me." But it feels like they're really only being nice so they can get their hands on my bank account.
Right?
I never realized I could be this distrustful of other people. I'm sorry for ranting on about this matter. I feel as though doing so has helped me calm down a bit, though. The only people I've consulted up to this point have been employees. But I think what I really needed was someone closer to my own age. Closer to my own viewpoint. If it isn't too much trouble?
Yeah.
In return, what can I do to help? I don't have any unique talent. How about this? You know, gardening. I'm actually quite skilled at it. A few years ago, I even managed to grow a tropical fruit on the balcony at my house. To be honest, this is what I do when I'm alone. To take my mind off of everything that's happened.
Calm down there, Bubba.
Oh, that's right. I stored some vegetables in the refrigerator down in the home economics room. You still have some time, yes? Would you mind waiting here a moment?
Okay.
I grew these right here in these very planters and harvested them myself not too long ago. There's not much consistency to their colors or shapes, but...
I want to try them.
You like vegetables? That's good to know, but to tell the truth, I'd like to get Sakura-san's opinion on my vegetables. Do you think I could bring my next harvest over to your cafe?
That's a great idea.
Thank you. I'm sure Sakura-san will give me his honest opinion. I'll make sure this next harvest is particularly good.
Okay. Make it your best.
Shall we head over to the hideout?
Congrats on surviving midterms.
I think I'm screwed for real this time. I couldn't concentrate at all.
Gathering everyone's opinions and immediately acting upon them in order to make that natural course of action a reality.
Again? It's so damn loud!
More importantly, what's this you want to talk about?
You said that something was on your mind before, but were you able to figure out what it was?
That was me.
The medjed that I banned wasn't the real one.
Huh? Aren't you the real one, though?
Oh, the guy who called himself Medjed after me isn't the one from the other day.
What do you mean?
The code written by that guy the other day is different from any of the past Medjed.
So, for those not in the know, Medjed was a hacker of justice. Futaba started as Medjed. As time went on, other hackers started assuming her name and doing their own acts of justice. And eventually Medjed became like anonymous. Futaba felt that it took too much time and energy for her to sit there and disprove every last one of them. So she just let them go. And she took on the name Alibaba and became Alibaba. When Medjed targeted the Phantom Thieves, she was like, I'll take care of them for you, but you got to do something for me. So she had us go into her palace, steal her heart, change her heart, so she would no longer be a shut-in. In return, she outed a member of Medjed, the one who was in charge of the anti-Phantom Thief activity. So we thought. She is now saying, based on the code I saw versus the code this guy's capable of, they're in two entirely different people.
And that means...
A code is like your fingerprints. No matter how you try to disguise it, your own quirks appear in it. The one from the other day was all cut and pasted with no consistency. No skill at all.
They call those script kiddies. A script kiddie is somebody who takes the scripts that somebody else has written and copy and pastes them and runs them themselves. They don't have any knowledge of how the code works, but they just know it does work and they run it.
But aren't there multiple people across the world that are part of Medjed? Couldn't it have been done by someone that joined recently?
How do I
No.
put it? That code was so not done by anyone interested in cracking. At all. At the very least, there's no way it was an official Medjed member.
So someone used the Medjed name to provoke the Phantom Thieves? For what purpose?
Could they have been doing it for fun?
Nope.
It was around the time our group started getting popular, so maybe they wanted in on the hype.
That's a good thought.
Wait a moment. What if it's the other way around? Hmm? Perhaps they used the Medjed name to make the Phantom Thieves known.
What? That makes no sense!
They set up a dummy, they slapped the Medjed name on it, and we knocked over the dummy, giving us a popularity boost.
I actually thought the same as Makoto.
Why is that?
Know how I just said that code is like fingerprints? I found those same fingerprints somewhere completely different.
Where's that?
The Phantom Aficionado website. There were traces of it being illegally tampered with from the outside.
For real?
For summer vacation, the access counter was made to be much higher than the actual number. Same with the rankings. Particularly the time when President Okumura ranked first.
So then, the one who provoked the group and the one who tampered with the site are the same person? I think I'm starting to see the big picture.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall.
Both Medjed's provocation and the tampering of the website brought attention to us as a result. On top of that, our reason for targeting Okumura was influenced by the public and the rankings. The perfect timing and the perfect target. If both of those had been set up...
It would all make sense.
So the culprit was planning to put the blame on us from the start? No way.
This
Yep.
is all hypothetical. We lack any hard evidence. But if all your deductions happen to be correct, that would mean we've been playing right into their hand for the past 2 months or so.
We gotta be overthinking things. I mean, we're talking both the rankings and Medjed. Everyone made a big deal about it. If this was all set up, then what kind of guy did we make an enemy of?
There's no point in getting anxious over speculation. Regardless, we'll be falsely charged at this rate, and with murder. We must overcome this.
But we don't even know who we're up against.
Hey, you think we're falling into another trap, even at this very moment?
Now you're overthinking it. You're panicking, and so the paranoia is setting in. Calm down.
Yeah, this doesn't mean that we've lost yet. Even if this is the actions of a meticulous enemy, we'll just have to get back at them. We need to find clues, no matter what.
Me? I was told you recommended this reassignment yourself, sir. Why would you choose someone as inexperienced as myself?
When the case of the Shujin principal was ruled a suicide, you thought to reopen it, and you proved its connection to the Phantom Thieves. This is based primarily on that achievement.
I'm honored, sir.
The Phantom Thieves issue is now a national crisis. Expectations are exceedingly high for us public prosecutors, as we are the executors of justice. Personnel and planning will be up to you on this case. You will also have the police under your command. I'd like you to oversee this operation. You've yet to give an answer. Will you accept the task of eradicating the Phantom Thieves?
I will give it everything I have.
We'll have to prepare a higher position for you as well in the event that you succeed. I don't wish to apply extra pressure on you, but I assume your odds of success are high. Naturally, failure to accomplish this task is unacceptable. Do you understand?
And with that, the subtle push that begins the descent into madness.
Of course. I will live up to your expectations no matter what it takes.
That is all then.
Those
I
words.
expect good results from you.
I'm home.
Hi, sis. Should I warm up dinner for you?
No, it's okay.
How about a bath?
No need. I just came home to get a change of clothes.
Are you going to stay at work then?
I've been entrusted with a very important task.
You look awful, though. Aren't you tired?
Yes. Yes. And we raided her laptop for information. We watched her threaten Sojiro. We've watched her the entire time talking with Akechi, trying to figure out who the Phantom Thieves are and what they've been doing. She's been going at this the entire game.
As an adult, there will be times when you will accept an assignment for which failure is not tolerated. It's all over for me if I can't win this.
Still, if you were to collapse from exhaustion...
This is my one chance to get a promotion. I heard detectives have been coming to your school. That must make it hard to focus on your studies. Don't worry, though. It will all be over soon.
What do you mean?
I'm going to catch the Phantom Thieves myself.
Is that the important task you mentioned?
It's none of your concern.
Oh my god.
Sis has her sights set on the Phantom Thieves, and on Shujin Academy in particular.
Hey, somebody's been paying attention, but close. If I remember correctly, she isn't Pride. She's something else. Pride is the one after her, if I remember correctly.
I need to let everyone know.
So far, each of the palaces has been based on a different... Each of the palaces has been based on a different crime. Or a different sin. The first one was lust. The second one was vanity. The third one was Kaneshiro, who was gluttony. He just wanted all the money. He didn't care what it was for. He had no purpose to spend it on. He just wanted to amass as much money as he could. Then you have Futaba in the Tomb of Wrath. And you have Okumura in the Spaceport of Greed. Sainijima has a slightly different bend. She's not Pride. Things have been somewhat troublesome, everyone, but just try to stay calm. What's wrong? Sis told me she's entrusted with an important task regarding the Phantom Thieves. That means, yeah, the CU must surely be on the move at this point. That's bad. Wait, weren't they already investigating us? The police were doing so in secret. This operation's on a much different scale. Hold on a second, what's the CU thing anyways? The Special Investigations Unit, an elite team that deals with huge cases like government scandals. I've heard that name on the news. They make headlines often. The real insane part is they haven't lost a case against a suspect in 50 years. If they come after you, you're screwed. They're the best investigation force in Japan. Are we going to be arrested? Doesn't this countermeasure seem somewhat extreme? Right or wrong, I think we're just way too famous at this point. As this is a country governed by law, they can't afford to ignore us for any longer. We may be the Phantom Thieves, but this is miserable. They probably have a pretty narrow suspect profile by now, too. Hey, don't scare us like that. It's okay, though. They don't have evidence. Yes, I suspect they're frantically searching for some as we speak. No way they're going to find anything, though. It's only a matter of time. We have to hurry and do something about this.
Everything's going to be fine. Unless they know about the metaverse, there's no way they'll get any info on us.
Okay. I can go around, so that's good. Yeah, the 7 deadly.
Yo.
Okay. Let's examine the fridge. Out of curry ingredients. Okay. If we're out of curry ingredients, that means we'll do it this way. We'll brew coffee. Okay, so the first one was Kamoshida. He was the Castle of Lust. Lust was definitely his sin. He gave too much special attention to female members of the team while abusing the male members. And he basically walked around like the Emperor's new clothes. He had a crown, he had a cape, he basically had a cloak, and he was in his underwear, walking around his palace. And every single one of the female members that he was with, like every single female person that he had a cognition of, was scantily clad, in a bikini, in a bunny suit. Obviously objectified. The next one was Madarame, who was vain. He thought that he developed what he said goes in the art world. So his place was a museum because everybody came to see him. And so in his mind, all of his students were his works of art. They were paintings in his museum that you could come and watch and see. He took the paintings of his students because he used that in order to progress his painting. So he suddenly became this art master that could do a million different styles. The next one was Kaneshiro, who was the Bank of Gluttony. This dude just wanted money. He didn't care what it was for. He just wanted to amass wealth. So what did he do? He targeted high schoolers. He'd get them to run drugs, take a picture of them running drugs, and then fleece them for every ounce he could. And then when that was done and he had ruined their lives, he either sold them off to be sex slaves or he reported them to the cops anyways and destroyed their life utterly. Then next became Futaba with the Tomb of Wrath. In this one, it was weird. Futaba's sin in itself was sloth, but the palace that she had constructed was one based on anger at her. She was blamed for her mother's death, causing some kind of parental psychosis that caused her mother to want to commit suicide. So Futaba saw it as the world is angry at her. I was punished by having my mom die. My mom resented me because I stopped her from doing what she really wanted. That was how her desires had warped She had been blamed for her mother's death in the grief of losing her mother, and it had warped it to it was her fault and she needed to die to atone for that sin. So her palace was designed to punish her. She could walk freely through the palace, but yeah. She's super angry at the Man in Black because she realized the Man in Black probably caused her mother's death. By the way, starting with Madarame, you start hearing about a Man in Black that's going through the palaces. Kaneshiro says, you guys have all this awesome power and you waste it. You could be using these palaces to get anything you could ever desire. You could be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You could know anything you want to know. You could have anybody you want. You could wrap anyone around your finger, and you're doing this with this power. Well, I'm going to give you an insider tip. Somebody's already doing all of that, has already accumulated enough money that they're comfortable for the rest of their life. They know anything that's worth knowing, and they have anybody they need in their pocket. And if you were to go up against him, you'd be dead. You would die the moment you opposed him. So, good luck out there. And then he went back to himself. Futaba didn't have the man in the black mask problem. But then Okumura, you get to Okumura. Okumura's a spaceport because everything is about his upward trajectory to the stars. When he was growing up, the company was in dire straits. Nothing was going right. His father refused to buy him a model because they never had money. They had bill collectors constantly hounding him. He had collection agents knocking on his front door all through his life. When he took over the company, he turned it around and he turned it into a global mega corporation. But he stepped on everybody on his way up. He made everybody who worked under him miserable to do so. Because he was greedy. He wanted more money, more power, so that way he could do something with his life. He could do better. He said that the Okumura family motto was to succeed at all costs, even if it means betrayal. That is the Okumura family motto. Victory at all costs. No cost too great. And when you get to him, he again talks about the man in the black mask. And he's like, hey, that man in the black mask, I actually know them because I used them to murder key members of the company as well as members of opposing companies to get them out of my way so Okumura Foods could expand out. And when we asked who he was in bed with in order to be able to do that, he said he suddenly went quiet, and we realized we didn't have time to try and press him for it more. So we left the palace, and then the guy in the black mask assassinated him. So when he went up to the press conference, he admitted to all the wrongdoing of Okumura Foods, and then he turned around and was starting to blow the whistle on the mental shutdowns when he had a heart attack and died.
Yo.
Yes! All right.
We've already got the points. Maybe? This is Mocha Matari. Mocha is a port town in the Republic of Yemen where both Yemeni coffee and Ethiopian mocha harar are exported. Mocha Matari has a complex, spicy, and chocolate flavor profile with a heavy, winey body to complement it. Delicious! I'm impressed, although you'll never catch up to me. There's a lot of things in life that won't go the way you want them to. There's nothing anyone can do about it. The real question is how you react in those situations. Will you run away and live with regret for the rest of your lives, or will you face it head on? You're still young. You can have as many fresh starts as you want, although I'm not really one to talk. Anyway, keep your chin up.
Well then.
Just wait until you see. Out of all of the shadow versions of the various people, Size is my favorite. The government and the policies are useless. Are they even trying? I wish they wouldn't spend tax dollars just to sit on their asses. A mysterious group of murderers and an inept government? What's the world coming to these days? Everyone's talking trash about us. Okay. Is this... No, rankings aren't out yet.
Too, right? Yeah. What do those damn cops think they are? They can't just stare us all down like that. Maybe the rumors are true. Maybe there's a phantom thief at our school.
Okay, quiet down.
The police are here at the school, so be sure not to get in their way. Oh, and for various reasons, the school festival got moved to the 25th. There was a talk of canceling, but we just couldn't do that. I'm sure the preparations will be rough, but don't push yourself too hard. Really? On a weekday? What kind of reasons are there? With all this stuff about the principal and Kamoshida this year, I guess it's no surprise. Apparently, the police are going to be interrogating all the students here. Seriously? The police here at Shujin? They haven't come to my school. It seems they are calling students individually out of class to speak with them. Gonna get called in too. Second years will start in the afternoon. Make sure you prepare yourselves mentally for this. They gotta be looking for the culprit, right? Who knows? Be careful, guys. You should probably try not to say much. They'll see through any lies you might try telling. I know. In any case, don't tell them anything unnecessary.
Well then, next up is Takamaki-san and... You two will go together.
Huh?
Okay.
Why together?
Why? They'll probably have one of you wait outside. That's how they've been doing it so far.
Oh yeah, right.
Those are the instructions the detectives gave us. Just don't say more than is necessary and try and get it over with quick.
All right.
Take a seat.
We're sorry to take your time. This will be over quick. Let's see. Ah yes, you're the one currently under probation. It says here you had a dispute with Mr. Kamoshida?
Yeah, that happened.
More hot-blooded than you look. You spend time with quite an interesting group. Yusuke Kitagawa and Haru Okumura? The more friends the better, right? I'm sorry to have taken your time. You're free to go now. Oh, I almost forgot. There's just one more thing I have to ask you. Do you think the Phantom Thieves are associated with this school?
Maybe.
Surprisingly, that's the response we get from most people your age.
Thank you for your time.
Your responses will serve as great reference material. Takamaki-san is next. Could you ask her to come in?
I don't know. They've done... I mean, apparently they've killed 2 people at this school, so...
I got so nervous, I almost stuttered a few times. I thought I was used to police questioning by now, too.
Seems we were all asked the same questions.
That's how they get you. They do that on purpose, then wait for someone to slip up.
All right.
I hope you didn't.
It was probably fine. Oh, I would have been done for if they saw how sweaty my hands were, though.
To think my name would come up as well.
Sounds like we can't take the police lightly either.
Hey, didn't you think that detective guy was scary?
Yeah, he was.
Especially those eyes. It was like they were smiling, but not.
Sincere smile number 27.
I'm sorry for all of this. It's because of my sister.
That's not true, Mako-chan.
It's not as though I hadn't predicted this would happen, but now that it's become reality, I'm unsure of what to do.
We need to make sure we don't draw suspicion, and work to clear our names.
Right.
It ain't your fault, Makoto.
I'm gonna try to see how far along this investigation really is. I'm worried about the police too, but as of now, anyone in this city could be a mole. They were so popular too.
Haru, can I ask you to search your father's belongings for clues about a possible culprit? I know it may be tough on you.
No, it's okay. Now isn't the time for me to look away.
As for everyone else, you need to be cautious of how you spend your time at school. So, I've decided to have you 3 second years join me on the school festival executive committee.
Why?
It will allow us to gather without drawing suspicion. Plus, trying to blend in will only do the opposite.
Yeah.
Fine.
I agree.
It'll look like nepotism, but
Time I'll spend worrying about all this stuff. No matter what happens, I don't want to regret my decisions.
she's become friends with these guys. She has been seen associating with these people over and over again this year. A little nepotism getting them on the festival committee, probably within the purview of a high schooler.
Don't jinx it!
It would be no surprise if they came directly to our homes for questioning. They showed up at your school after all. I should remain cautious.
For now, the best option is to stay on the defensive. But we won't make progress at this rate. Let's try and figure out who the real culprit is somehow, okay?
Of course.
Nice.
Okay, so I do have to beat a video game. Let's see. What achievements do I have left? Okay, conquered the Reaper, pass out at the bathhouse, a prize in the crane game, pastime at the fishing pond, special menu at the maid cafe, evolved a party member's persona. I did that. Get into a relationship, scored the highest on the school exams. Okay. And then, if I'm right, we have the next palace, the one after it, the one after it, the one after that. Get to an ending game. Okay, so I still need to pass out at the bathhouse. I apparently haven't evolved a party member's persona. Even though I just evolved fucking Makoto's. So we're going to save here. And we're going to call it a night. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. I will see you guys on Thursday night. Because tomorrow night I am off. I always... Oh, wait. No, tomorrow night's Tuesday. Never mind. I'll be here Tuesday. Then I'm off on Wednesday night. So I will see you guys tomorrow night. I'll try to be on 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This should help. Okay. So let's go ahead and put this in rest mode. Okay. Okay. Let's see. We need to find somebody to pass the love on to. So thank you everybody for coming out. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the shout outs. Thank you for everything. I do appreciate it, guys. I really freaking do. It means a lot to me. This is about to. That was me. I gotta recharge it. So let's see who we're gonna raid out to. No raid message. It's been hit or miss if I've had enough people for a raid message, so I'm just gonna focus on being consistent enough, and once we get enough people, we can start working on raid messages again. Let's see.
Where do I sign up? What do I do?
We're gonna turn that off. All right. All right, guys. We are going to raid into Blue Blaze GX. He is currently playing Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Also, while we're here, we're gonna shout out Real Mystery. He's a wonderful cat. He's a good friend of the stream. I didn't shout him out when he raided in earlier, so here's his shout out now. He's playing Borderlands 2. I know that game gets a lot of love, despite the fact I'm not a big fan of it. I tried the first one and I couldn't get into it. But thank you everybody for coming out. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for all your love and support. I will see you guys over at Blue Blazes. And thank you. I will catch you guys on the other side. Thank you. Peace.
Oh. Right. Shoot your butt. Welcome on in, Raiders, to the House of Blaze, where we destroy lizards. Yes.